Alright, stream should be live if you're watching the VOD. Feel free to skip the first minute or two. I still have a lot I need to set up, including my avatar. That should have been up already. And I need to pull up chat, do a Discord announcement, all that good stuff. So let's see how this all goes. Oh, I see. This is going to take a moment. Okay, my avatar is up. That's a good start. I see I got a subscriber. Don't know from where. But that's cool. Floof! You're here before the Discord announcement. How are you doing today, Floof? Thanks for dropping in. How's your weekend going? I just realized it's Saturday, so I gotta find some time for Mallet. Yeah, I took a nap. I just woke up for a nap. I gotta do my back stretches because I got a little bit of chest pain that comes from my back pain, a little back pain, chest pain. So I gotta do my back stretches later. I also gotta do some homework for my job, you know, as always. Fuck, like, why? But yeah, we got stuff to do. I gotta do that homework for my job on like Thursdays from now on, honestly. This Thursday was a little weird because I had to have some last minute change in my schedule, unfortunately. And then Friday I was just like, I don't have time. I'm going out for lunch break. Fuck that. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not gonna do any work during my lunch break. Yuri time. Okay, Discord announcement is in. Alright, I pinged Mallet just to double check. We should be good to go. I don't know if Floof hears me. You hear me, Floof? You there? You up? You around? My settings should be good, so Floof should be able to hear me. I'll double check though. Yeah, I should be good. Alright. Alright, guys. Let's do this. I woke up around noon after the day I had my fit. Both the headache and the ringing in my ears are gone without a trace. As I sat up, I spotted a familiar notebook resting on the dining table. My uncle told me to stay in the night duty room until she returned. So I killed some time by doing nothing in particular. After that, my uncle brought me lunch and we ate together. It was udon and some tangerines. I wanted something more interesting. I just had udon last week? Maybe? This week I did something a little different. This week I had some freaking Thai food. It was freaking amazing. Some glass noodles, which was like a translucent noodle with some beef, chicken, shrimp, eggs, scallions, and carrots. And today I had my Albanian food again, Byrek, with some meat in it. I'm gonna, before I continue reading, adjust the live stream settings in terms of maybe adding some tags to the video just in case that helps bring in some views. What's going on, Jack? How are you doing this weekend? How was your week? We gotta get some views in here, so let me adjust these settings. I also got a DM Saru later. Maybe I should DM him now. I need to double check some things. Let me DM Saru before I forget. Bro, for some reason streams never work for me. Like regular videos work, but streams never show up. What do you mean? How do the streams not show up? I mean, you're here. So does that mean like, bro, stream won't load, but chat will? That's weird. Maybe try watching the video stream on another device, like cell phone or PC. Maybe it's a device issue. Nothing special here for a good time? Well, you came to the right place. Unless you're XYZ apparently, because he's having tech issues. Don't force yourself to eat everything if you aren't feeling hungry. I think I'm okay. If anything, I feel like my appetite has gone up. Most of the other patients have trouble getting out of bed the next day following a fit. It can even upset their life rhythm. With that in mind, I think it'd be better for you to have something light right now. Maybe eat a bit more for dinner later. I'm like the opposite. I think usually, like, lunch might be my heaviest meal. Although I try to make both lunch and dinner heavy, and then breakfast, I guess, is the light meal. Although breakfast could go heavy too sometimes. It's just that lately I've been having smoothies for breakfast, but I used to go all out and have like the eggs, pancake, and God knows whatever else, bacon. What's going on, Azure? This was your first fit since coming here, right? I nodded. I have to read all that now? I asked, pointing at the notebook on the table. I explained your condition a while back. Do you remember? I do. It was something this place specialized in. Fit-induced amnesia. I lose some of my memories of each new attack. Wait, what? That doesn't sound good. It means you lose more and more memories as time goes on. That sounds almost like Alzheimer's. It was a newly discovered disease that had yet to even be named. So in here, we just called it the condition. Most patients tend to lose larger chunks of memories, ranging from a 1-month period to an entire year, sometimes even more. But you never really forget things gradually, little by little, right? Not for nothing, but in this pose, Mayako looks really cute, really good. Like, she looks very cute here. You can see that she got some opie. I'm digging this, bro. I'm digging this big time. I just noticed that, my stream, like, when I'm looking at it on YouTube, the thank you for subscribing message looks very high up. I don't know if it looks that way to you guys. Like, you can't really read it. But on OBS, it doesn't look that high up. I don't know why there's like a... And it's only that. Everything else looks right in OBS and on YouTube. I don't know why that is. Huh. Let me know if you see that on your end, that you can't see the thank you message. That's an awkward disparity. How's your weekend going, Azure? Right, you lose a whole set of memories right away, and that's it. Maiko answered with a nod. As such, you can skim through the parts of your diary that you are sure you can remember. You'll spot the bits you've forgotten right away. Although, if you're curious, you can read all of it as many times as you want. Well, maybe I've just forgotten a day or two that aren't even logged. I picked up the old notebook. With that as her cue, Maiko stood up. I'll come check on you when I have some time off from work. You're worrying too much. Maiko slid her feet into her slippers, gave me a quick smile, and left the room. Once I was sure she had left, I heaved a brief sigh. Then I opened the diary. It's okay. Okay's pretty decent. I went on an adventure today. It was like a 2-hour walk. I got some more Albanian food for this time myself and my family. They tried Bayrek. My mom enjoyed it. My dad didn't really enjoy it. And I was looking around for new restaurants. And I found a lot of Middle Eastern places. I guess that was interesting. Some of them didn't look very, like, fancy, I guess. It kind of looked like a 50-50 whether or not the food would be good. One place was really fancy. The food seems interesting. But I'm gonna take the menu to a friend of mine first. Because I know she eats Indian food. I think she is Indian. So I don't know if she's tried other Middle Eastern cuisines, but maybe she could give me some pointers on what might be one of the best dishes to try on the menu. There were 3 notebooks in total, including the new one, which only had a few days recorded in it. One notebook encompassed about a year, which meant I had about 2 years worth recorded. I turned to the first page and ran my eyes over the first entry written in my hand. Looking at my own writing was a little embarrassing. On the other hand, seeing my past self come to life on the pages was quite exciting, so I read everything without skipping a single detail. By the time I got to the second month, though, I realized it was taking too long. After that, I started reading only every second or third entry. There were parts that I remembered well and some that I had forgotten. I'd wake up, do some work, eat, take a bath, and then go to sleep. It's pretty much that over and over again. I could only really keep track of entries that had mentioned something unusual. As such, I continued through the notebook, reminiscing about my past. From time to time, I felt as though there was another me inside that notebook, and I was simply observing her from high above. At times like that, I felt like my past self wasn't really me at all. What's going on, Mister? How you doing today? Evening had come. Around the time my notebook's pages began to be tinted in orange, Mayuko dropped by the room. I was starting to get hungry, but when I asked her about it, she said that dinner would be ready soon. She also told me to try and bear it for a while longer, and only handed me a few candies to ease my immediate hunger. I just finished some turmeric tea. I unwrapped the green one first and put it in my mouth, then did the same with the pink one. They both had about the same taste. This brings back memories. I think my grandmother used to give me candies just like these. Where did you get them, Mayuko? I don't remember. I think I just bought them at the store. She meant the small privately owned store at the port. Huh? It's pretty interesting to see stores over here that don't belong to any chain. You don't see that kind of much in the big city. Your grandma must have bought candies from a store just like that. After some more small talk, Mayuko left the room to prepare dinner. Man, I saw a store like that today, I think. It was a store specifically for chocolates, and I think they made their own chocolates. But I was scared to go inside because I know everything is overpriced nowadays, so I'm like, damn. If I go in there and want to buy something, it's probably gonna like murder my wallet. I don't trust it. So instead I went to a bakery, because I figured the bakery looked out very cute, and they had like this really big piece of tiramisu for like $5. I was like, hell yeah. And that was pretty good. But yeah, the chocolate place, I was like, they'll probably give me like the smallest fucking piece of chocolate for like the craziest price. I don't know if I wanna try that. When she came back, the sun had already set. I had finished reading the diary and was about to put some tea into the water I boiled for myself. Have you finished? Yeah, more or less. Did you spot any parts you have forgotten? I tilted my head a little. Not really. There were a few parts I could barely remember, but nothing to the extent where I'd start suspecting that my memories were gone. So there were no passages that felt completely new to you? No. I see. Does that mean I didn't forget anything this time around? Mayuko slowly shook her head. I doubt that. There are times when you feel you haven't forgotten anything, but it turns out to be just a short episode that wasn't really important. Or it was something you remembered as you read the diary. In your case, I'd say it could be either of those possibilities. I see. Mayuko interrupted me as I wrestled with that possibility. I'm sure you're tired, Takako. I have your dinner ready. What did he make tonight? You'll find out when you come to the cafeteria. I followed Mayuko out of the room. I made it a little more extravagant than usual, so you can look forward to it. You remember I'm not a fan of yam and vinegar, right? I hated those things, but Mayuko loved them. It wasn't to the extent I couldn't eat them, but they tended to come up a lot in dishes Mayuko labeled as delicious, so that pillock roll wasn't too bad when I forced myself to try it, but this time I made sure to fix up something you'll definitely like. Our dinner tonight turned out to be a hamburg steak and fried prawn. I pointed out to Mayuko that she might be treating me too much like a child, although I appreciated getting an extra portion of rice. The next day my life returned to its usual rhythm. I woke up in the morning, exercised, then did the work as I was asked. I ate, bathed, wrote in my diary, and slept. Nothing in my schedule changed much, well, maybe except for the fact that I spent more time in the night duty room with Mayuko. Was it good? What, her garlic bread? Bro, I'm not into garlic. I mean, I'll use it to make, like, red sauce, like pasta sauce, but not a fan, dude, of garlic. The weather was great this morning. Warm sunlight entered my room. Garlic is extremely healthy, but damn, bro, it'd be like ruining people's breath. That's why I don't fuck with it. Through the windows, as the sound of radio calisthenics reverberated across the walls. My hand touched Mayuko's as I stretched out my chest. Today she was exercising next to me. It suddenly got pretty cramped in here when we both extended our arms. How do you not like garlic bread? Bro, because garlic will like fucking destroy someone's breath. I don't need that shit. So I tried turning a little so we wouldn't be on the same line. Before I realized it though, she had already turned as well. It's nice to exercise once in a while. Mayuko wore a skirt, so she skipped most of the leg-related exercises that would have been too revealing. You should do this every day. Yeah. Reminds me of summer vacations back in elementary school. Did you have to do it for stamps too? Yes. When I was in my 6th year, I was actually the one doing the stamping. I did that too. I used my usual family name stamp, but the ones with more complicated names get priority treatment. The more strokes, the better. Names like that look cooler on paper, apparently. The exercise ended with taking a deep breath. I let my hands fall to my sides. Then I turned off the radio. Are you sure it's not just your imagination? I used my family name stamp too, and I didn't feel like I was treated different than anybody else. Your boobs have always been big, haven't they? Wait, what? Mayuko remained silent until I turned around and our eyes met. I think that's just your imagination too. Now that I think about it, I never managed to make it through all exercises during my vacations. Do you get anything if you end up with a perfect stamp record? No idea. Maybe they award you with stationery or alarm clocks or something along those lines. I figured it'd be something like that. I sat down on the bed. Why alarm clocks though? I get the part about stationery, but... He doesn't like garlic bread? Bro. Oh, your garlic bread simp, Mister. At our school, that was the prize for a perfect attendance record. Is that really something a person with a perfect attendance record would need? Perhaps not, Mayuko smiled to herself. You're a pretty diligent one though, Mayuko. How come you couldn't keep a perfect attendance record for the radio exercises? Our family went to my grandparents' house for Obon. Most other families also go on trips during the summer, so getting that prize is not as easy as it sounds. Yeah. Mayuko picked up a small parcel from one of the shelves and it held up in front of me. Look, I found this in the storage room on cleaning day. It was wrapped in light brown craft paper and had the size and weight of a dictionary or a really thick book. Upon checking the other side, I realized it was addressed to me. Where exactly did he find this? The storage room on the 2nd floor. I might have gotten there by accident when we were rearranging our belongings. It's not written who it's from. I think there's a book or something like that inside. This is some good paper. I'd hate to tear it open by hand, so could you maybe lend me a knife? Of course. Without getting up from the bed, I reached out and placed the parcel on the side table. After that, I returned to my previous position. I'm still like waking up over here. Well then, let's do the laundry, said Mayuko. I had a really scary dream the other day. The morning sun filled the 2nd floor corridor, with its bright rays of light. Mayuko's silhouette flickered in between the light coming from the window and the shadows covering the walls. What kind of dream was that? Can't remember it anymore. Mayuko picked up the laundry basket, her expression blank. I was helping her with the laundry today, so I had a basket in my hands as well. I just remember it being really scary. Well, sometimes remembering dreams like that makes you realize they weren't all that scary at all. Yeah, that's the problem. I'm not sure I can help you there. She turned to me, making the top of sheets begin to slide off from her basket. Oh, I caught them with one hand. Nice catch. Will I get a golden glove for this, do you think? I wrapped the sheet around my hand and returned it to the top of the basket. Perhaps, but try not to go too crazy with the workout routine until you start feeling better. We continued down the corridor, its wooden floorboards creaking below our feet. I glanced out the window through the branches of the camphor tree and spotted a girl walking down the stone-paved path. But I want it. It should be mine. Well, too bad, because I said it first. No, okay. But who just ate it? Me. That's right. I own it. Wow. Is it because you've been single for 4 days? You ate it, see? Bro, she's been single for 4 days? XYZ broke up with her 4 days ago and no one told me? What the fuck? I would treat it with the respect it deserves. Holy shit. I like how Click was saying that he's afraid of Azure. But Mr. has balls of steel and is challenging Azure with reckless abandon. Sanai? Ayako looked out the window too. The girl momentarily disappeared among the branches, blocking our sight, but then popped up again in front of the entrance to the building on the other side. Isn't that Kozue? Kozue disappeared into the West Wing building, her silky hair fluttering behind her. Maybe she went for a walk? I mean, the weather's pretty nice. I was checking to see if I got water. I only got like 1 awkward drop. Like probably a half an ounce. And the rest is in the kitchen. And a great day for laundry too. Maiko resumed walking through the corridor. True enough. It was indeed a perfect day for laundry. A gust of wind swept across the roof, the white sheets attached to the long iron bars fluttering in its wake. The dazzling blue sky extended all the way to the sea. A few puddles littered the roof as the only remnants of the heavy rainfall we'd been having lately. Well, aside from some dew on the tree leaves. You have a choking kink? What the F? Bro, that don't sound like a Mr. problem. Please hold that side for me. Okay. What's going on, Click? Why are you marrying Bread? Oh, Klee again? Click. Where you get that Klee art from, bro? Share that shit with us. Dang. I clasped one side of a sheet while Maiko pinned it to the iron bar. With that, our baskets were now empty. I guess we're done. Hold on, guys. Let me respond to my boy Exodia on Discord real quick, because I haven't talked to him in a while. He said that he finally finished school. He's gonna start working at a car dealership soon, because he wants to become a mechanic. How's the Genshin grind, he says? As well. What did Click do? I don't know. What did Click do? That's what I want to know. Azure hates me? Don't take it personally, bro. I mean, she's probably just disappointed that you didn't share that cute Klee PFP in the Discord. Just saying. This took a lot less time than I thought it would. Aside from a few smaller clouds that looked like torn up pieces of cotton drifting around, the sky was blue as far as the eye could see. I could feel a cool, somewhat moist breeze on my skin. When does your job start? Right after lunch, around 1 o'clock, I suppose. Then why don't we do sunbathing until then? Right here? Yeah. Maiko looked around the roof, then up at the sky. The white sheets fluttered in front of a blue background. The floor's still a little wet, though. Let's use the picnic sheet you've got in your room. It's pretty warm today, so I suppose we might as well. Finding the driest area, we spread out our pink polyester sheet. We took off our shoes and sat down. Maiko took out a sandwich, delicately wrapped in brown paper, from the basket and handed it to me. I undid the wrapping to realize it was made so I could eat it without my hand coming in direct contact with the sandwich. Did you do this wrapping? Yeah, but you see how that's like true? But it's also not true, because like, isn't there still a bottom piece of the sandwich that's wrapped in that wrapping that she can't eat unless she unwraps it and directly touches the sandwich? So that's only true that she doesn't have to touch it directly for half the sandwich, I would assume. Also, it's very cute that they're having a picnic here. Did you do this wrapping? I think we need to take a screenshot of this cute picnic, actually. Sure, I don't mind. Okay, I'll share it. Yes, finally! You're going on my list next if you don't stop it, shaking my head. Wait, what list? Emma's the only one who's nice to me? And Flood? You don't even know his name. You literally just called him Flood. Oh, you live? What's going on, Exodia? How you been, bud? Bro. Exodia. Why my job gotta be killing me, bro? 10.5 hours. They forced me to do after school. I have to do after school and watch like 15 first graders. And then they forced me to do an hour before school as well. Which that I don't mind. Cause like that first early hour is like whatever. I'm gonna get there early anyway. I may as well get paid for it. It's just like the 2 hours of after school, that shit kills me. It's easy. I can teach you how to do it later. Yeah, do that. The sandwich has some potato salad, 2 thinly sliced pieces of tomato, and some lettuce decorating the whole thing like laces. Hungry after all the work I did today, I quickly took a bite. Gotta make that money? Bro, you do. Where do you want to share the Clee pic? You can share it in gaming, since it's a gaming character. Oh, you can share it in general. So, oh, that's just that's the pic of the opening scene. That's what that is, when she like opens the door or something. Oh. It looks super cute though when you use it as a PFP and like zoom in on it. Watch time, bro. It tastes great. No need to rush. I have a whole lot more. You know what that reminds me of though? I don't know if Streamlabs is here, but Streamlabs needs to be here because Streamlabs, in a way, records like your total watch time. So for example, if I go to Streamlabs right now, which I am in fact doing, I can give you guys some statistics. So I go to Streamlabs, I'll go to Cloudbot, I'll go to Loyalty, and it'll tell me, for example, let's say we talk about, let me see who's here in chat, and is also some names that I see here. So we got, Saru's not here yet, unfortunately. Oh, we got Azure. Azure has over 32 hours hanging out here. For Jack, it only recorded less than an hour so far, even though Jack has definitely been here for more than an hour. Because like sometimes Streamlabs does its job and sometimes it doesn't. And then for some reason it's called recording Azure twice. Like there's an Azure and then another Azure. I don't know why. So there's a 32-hour Azure and then a 5-hour Azure. Yeah, Streamlabs kind of weird. No need to rush. I have a whole lot more where that came from. Michael pulled out a pot and 2 teacups from the basket and filled them with black tea. Maybe I should turn Streamlabs off and then on again. Maybe then it'll work better. I don't know. Oh, it's off right now. I don't know why it's off. I never turned it off. Oh, that's your alt. Okay, so your alt has like 5 hours. Michael pulled out a pot and 2 teacups from the basket and filled them with black tea. Would you have preferred green tea? No, I'm fine with black. Today's tea was not bitter at all. It smelled like fruit. I placed the cup down and grabbed another sandwich from the box. This one had scrambled eggs, pieces of thinly sliced ham, and lettuce. The fresh lettuce perfectly complemented the soft texture of the ham and eggs. I ended up gobbling the whole thing down right away. Feels nice to see someone enjoy the food you made. Well, it's super delicious. I'm sure you'd be popular if you opened the shop. That's a good idea. You joined Sushi's live stream last night and he was very nice to you. Yeah, Sushi's nice. He's nice to everybody. That's a good idea. Mayuko made me a happy smile. Yeah, I could be the owner. Oh, are you familiar with management? Sure I am. What was he streaming? Provided I get to eat food like this every day. In that case, I'll think about it. The sea breeze ruffled my hair a bit. The waves of the blue sea gave way for the waves of green as the trees across the entire mountain swayed in sync with the wind. Have you gotten used to the sanatorium, Takako? Yeah, more or less. It's full of beautiful sights, the meals are delicious, and best of all, there's a good-looking nurse with big boobs. Maiko looked down at her breasts. That's sexual harassment. I'm sorry. Don't sue me. Well, okay, I'll forgive you this one time. Thanks. He has such a soothing voice. That's interesting. I don't know if I've heard that said about Sushi before. I'm sure he's heard it said about himself, though. I've heard it said about girls that I know. But that's just guys being simps. Something the matter? I gazed off into the distance when Mayuko interrupted me. Were you reminiscing about something? Not at all. I made a light smile, but I felt like this scenery was about to make me remember something. Something fun? Mayuko smiled as well. I reached out to the sandwich box to realize there was only one left. I paused and glanced at Mayuko. She nodded with a smile. Another sudden gust of cool wind blew past us. Ugh, it's cold. Well, we'll be having snowfall before long. It will get colder and colder as it rains, so we won't be able to have picnics on the roof anymore. That's too bad. The conditions are rigid in the mountains. It might be boring for you, but it's best not to go outside during winter if you don't have any pressing matters. Even after sunset, the great clouds drifted along the sky and all the way to the sea. The woodlands stretching below the heavy clouds lost their once vivid colors, making the scenery resemble an old monochrome photograph. As I opened Sanai's door with a yawn, she looked up at me from behind her bed. Hello. Sanai closed the book she'd been holding and placed it on the bedside table. On the nearby table rested an unfinished lunch with the wrapping still on it. Are you not feeling well? Sanai lightly shook her head. I was too absorbed in my book to care about anything else. Are you alright? I've heard you had an attack. I'm okay. It wasn't that bad this time. I sat down in the cane chair that had been left next to the bed. I could see some moisture accumulating on the wrap around the tray. On the other hand, the wooden dessert bowl next to it was empty. You seem to have eaten the coffee jelly, though. Why do all of them look the same? Yeah, that's kind of true of the girls with the black hair. Like, Mayuko kind of looks like Sachiko. And then Sanai basically just has glasses and longer hair. And then there's that other girl that kind of runs the hotel wherever Sachiko went. She's also got black hair. So the only ones that are really, like, distinctive, I guess, are Takako, because she's got green hair, kind of looks like Hatsune Miku. And then Narasaki, because she has red hair and she runs the clinic. Now, if you want to say that the glasses make Nanai distinctive, then that would be 3, but definitely still a lot of lookalikes. I mean, that kind of happens a lot in Japan. Whenever they have, like, characters with black hair, those characters always sort of look the same. Which, you know, I think that's something that kind of relates to Japanese culture, how people kind of want to look the same, they don't want to stand out too much. I'm pretty sure you've heard about that whole aspect of Japanese culture, which is why some people end up, like, making their hair blonde and their skin tan, and they go for that gyaru phase as sort of like a rebellion against how Japanese has this concept of beauty as being sort of like white skin, black hair, modest looking. You know, they got their whole concept of beauty, and this is basically their concept of beauty. I turned to her and waved my hand. No, I just wanted to borrow a paper knife. And I was also curious about how you were doing. Give me a second. Sanai turned her body without breaking her sitting position and reached out to open the drawer of her side table. Same as always, Sanai handed me the paper knife she fished out from the drawer. I walked over to her and took the knife. That's good to hear, is it? Yeah. I suppose you're right. Sanai also handed me a shawl that was lying on the bed. Thanks. I hung the shawl on the back seat of the cane chair and picked up the paper knife along with the other thing I brought. What is this parcel-looking thing? Got it from Maiko this morning. Apparently it was sent to me. I have no idea what's inside until I open it up and see for myself. I undid the straps and checked the edges of the parcel. Finding the one that felt the softest, I pierced it with my newly gained knife. I pushed the knife all the way to the other side, changing its angle. The craft paper had already fallen apart by the time I finished. There was a white cardboard box inside. As I opened its lid and turned the thing upside down, a notebook fell out. Looks like a notebook, says Sanai. I realized it was a notebook because it looked just like the one I was using for my diary here. I inspected both its top and bottom. Its color had already begun to fade, which made it look older than any of my own notebooks. What's written in it? There was a date at the top of the first page with a bunch of text below it. It had the same design as our diaries. Looks like a diary to me. Wonder whom it belonged to. I checked both the first and last pages, but couldn't find a name. After I gave up and returned to the first page to read it, Sanai interrupted me. We don't know whose diary it is. There might have been some mistake, so maybe it'd be better to ask Maiko about it first? Guess you have a point. I placed the notebook on the table. My arms felt a bit cold, so I covered them with Sanai's shawl. It felt like the temperature of Sanai's room had dropped compared to when I came in. I glanced at the window. It was covered in dew. I collected it all on my finger to form a droplet, which then fell down as soon as I moved my finger away. What are you doing? When I turned around, I saw Sanai laughing at me. Nothing really. I noticed some dew on the window, so I thought it might have grown pretty cold outside. Why do all of them look... Oh, I read that. Opinions on Azure, GU? Bro, you ask that like every week. Maybe you should take notes when I answer the question so you don't forget the answers. I guess you're gonna have to look back at the previous live streams to remind yourself. And to give me more views, thank you. I pulled my chair to a spot with more moisture, only to realize there was something already on the window glass. Parting the curtains revealed a drawing on the window's dew-covered surface. Is this some animal? I messed that one up. Sanai's face was ridden with guilt. I looked back at the glass again. Her drawing was quickly disappearing. In any case, my best guess was that it depicted some four-legged animal. Is this a cat? I was trying to draw a bear. I see. You might want to do this then. Placed the finger against the mouth of the drawing and slid it in the shape of a fish. Is that a fish? A salmon. You often see bears holding them in their jaws in pictures. Cats eat fish too. I'm not talking about sorry here, okay? Anyway, if it doesn't look salmon-y enough, look, I can make its jaw a little longer. I breathed against the glass, making both the bear and the fish disappear. In my opinion, she's annoying. Damn! Are you by any chance talking about yourself? Well, Click used the word she, and Click is not a she, so... I don't think that's what Click is talking about, bro. That reminds me of my old Clee PFP. What the heck? Mister, that shit is cute as fuck. Why does it look like it's something that was like an in-game glitch? What the hell, dude? That is cute. Ah, I'm sorry, I only wanted to erase the fish, but... Well, it's no big deal at any rate. The white on the window melted away like an iceberg in warm water. By the time it was gone, it left behind a pattern reminiscent of a face. Right, I had this really scary dream the other day, but I can't remember it. That's how most dreams are. I remembered it just fine when I woke up. I thought I could use it to scare everyone, so I was planning not to forget it, but... Maybe when you remember it, you'll realize it wasn't all that scary at all. Maiko said the same thing. Maybe I should prepare myself a pen and paper next time I go to sleep. Sanai snickered to herself. Takako trying to jot these things down is all well and good, but are you writing your diary after a fit, just like Miss Maiko told you? I am. Just recently I spent an entire day reading through all the notebooks I already filled. Jeez. Don't you want to write about something else? You might forget it all after your next attack. I don't really have that much stuff to write about. Maiko didn't comment on the state of my diaries, but I had a feeling that continued to sum up entire days in one sentence might piss her off. But that reminds me, I knew this one scary story about the sanatorium. What kind of story? Do you like your room, Takako? No, I just can't be bothered. What about you? Well, you have a point. While it does feel somewhat pointless to lock our doors, the locks themselves were installed for a reason. Can you guess what that reason was? Not really. There were more people here in the past, so not everyone knew each other. I suppose that could be one explanation. However, what I've heard was the opposite. The locks were there to prevent patients from leaving their rooms, so they wouldn't escape? You wouldn't suspect it now, but in the past, there were apparently cases of patients gone missing. The nurses began locking them in their rooms so they wouldn't try to escape and hide during the night. Why would they try to escape? Were the chores too hard for them or something? Apparently it was more related to their memories. Did you remember anything when you read your diary, Takako? There were a few parts I couldn't remember all that well, but I feel that's still within healthy boundaries. I feel like this is... I don't know if... I'm pretty sure Jack is still here and hiding, but I think this is like when Jack was telling us to read tips and we're seeing like people disappear, but then it felt like they were being temporarily transported to another like dimension of the same world. Like they would still be in a hospital but in a different room, and then Narasaki, I think it was, saw Sachiko clutching Takako, and it was like really odd. This place is weird, man. It's like haunted or something. They didn't use diaries in the past. They didn't even know the symptoms led to memory loss and were instead trying to treat them. Anyway, they didn't occupy themselves with their memories too much, and some patients ended up forgetting almost everything about themselves. You mean they became like amnesiacs? Sanai slightly tilted her head. As in, forgetting all your memories since birth? That's what you're thinking about, right? I nodded. Our symptoms are somewhat different, though. Jack, they're telling us the dark mysteries of the sanatorium. You know, Click could change her pronouns. Hello, ayo, Jack. I just stabbed glass on my hand. Why? Why? Like by accident? Our symptoms are somewhat different though. First, you have to realize that your various memories of phenomena happening around you, as well as your feelings in response to said phenomena, are different things. In our case, we mostly lose the feeling part of our memories. We might vaguely remember what happened, but we don't remember how we felt about it. Anyway, that's the kind of memory loss we're dealing with. I more or less understood the difference from her explanation. I gave her another few nods, but what of it? If you can remember the facts of your past, you won't forget how to read or write, or any other skills you need to survive in the world. Anyway, the ultimate end point of our condition is that we lose our individuality, or personalities if you will. We lose interest in what we used to like and forget what we hated. That's the extent of what I was told about it. To give an example, imagine reading a book and understanding what's going on, but not feeling anything about it, or having a meal and understanding its taste, but being unable to decide whether or not it's delicious. That would suck. I think the symptoms had a name, but I've already forgotten. I think it was memory loss something. I briefly pondered what she had just told me and realized that her story about locks hadn't been finished yet. You gonna be alright? I don't know, bro, am I? I don't know, you tell me. I speak no English, damn. I got the part about our condition, but what does it have to do with locks? Ah, that's right. Anyway, one of the early patients who displayed this memory loss something went missing apparently. They couldn't find them no matter where they looked. Everyone from the nurses to the town militia searched all over the mountain but found nothing. At the time, they even thought that the person may have been spirited away. Bro, just like the freaking, whatchamacallit, that film, Spirited Away. Miyazaki, there you go, the Miyazaki film. On top of it, Sanai went on in an emphasized tone. Studio Ghibli. If it ended there, it probably wouldn't have become as big of a thing. But sometime later, another patient disappeared the exact same way. Are they trying to show me the profiles of the patients? Cause like, some of them look familiar. I don't know though. Did that patient have the same symptoms too? Yes. Anyway, we finally reached the part about the locks. After the second case, the sanatorium added locks to the rooms of every patient to prevent any similar cases from cropping up. At the time, you couldn't unlock the rooms from the inside, and the sanatorium staff had complete control over who would leave their rooms and when. And did that help? Sanai shook her head. From what I've heard, people continued to go missing even after that. Patients that were confirmed to be in their rooms before bedtime disappeared by morning. Didn't they just climb out through the window or something? The windows were locked too, and there were no signs of the locks being broken either. They all vanished like a wisp of smoke. Well, it's not like people could actually do that though. Everyone felt the same way, of course, but no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find a single trace of the missing patients. The only thing they understood was that the patients who had forgotten all about themselves and lost their personalities would eventually disappear. I tried to more or less summarize Sanai's story in my mind. Patients didn't use diaries in the past. As the symptoms of memory loss grew worse, they forgot who they were. Finally, they disappeared without a trace. The story was peculiar, but then again, so was this sanatorium. I'd never heard about this kind of sickness before. Besides, patients here had jobs and duties, despite this being a sanatorium supposedly meant for relaxation. Well, the part about work was possibly because Mayako was the only nurse on the grounds and couldn't manage everything by herself, but still, it was kind of weird that there were no doctors here, for example. I didn't think too much about it before, but it was peculiar for sure. I remember that odd feeling I had when I was cleaning the storage room. Maybe this place still hid some unknown secrets. Anyway, it's all just a rumor though. It was pretty interesting. Still, the part about people just disappearing didn't make much sense. Well, that's just how most rumors are. But then again, most rumors also have a bit of truth mixed into them, no? If you're curious, you can always try it for yourself. I mean, you were complaining that writing your diary was a pain in the neck. Is that what it all comes down to? Sanai snickered to herself. Make a creepier voice, GU? I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to go all out and do that. Also, thank you guys for dropping likes on the stream. Always much appreciated. I see we got 6 likes. I said my goodbyes to Sanai and left the room. Sanai, still waving at me, disappeared behind the door. Wearing only my short sleeves, I felt the corridor to be somewhat chilly. The nighttime cold of the mountains seeped in through the transparent windows. I shoved my hands into my pockets and continued down the corridor. A strong gust of wind rattled the windows, startling me. Glancing at the window, I saw only the reflections of myself and the door behind me. I thought back to Sanai's story and wondered if I should check the doors of all the rooms on my way back, just for the heck of it. All the doors had the same design, and their knobs were identical. There was a small gap between the door and the floor. The faint light in the corridor was not enough to fully illuminate it. It felt almost as if the darkness was slithering out of the rooms through it. The window rattled behind me again. Brought back to reality by that sound, I gave up on looking at the doors. I reached the spiral staircase and ascended to my floor. Temperatures began to rapidly fall, starting with that night. Around midnight, the wind rattled my window so bad I half expected it to break open. It made me jump out of bed, reminding me of what Mayako and Sanai said about the wind around this time of the year. I wondered what would become of the leaves on the tree I saw through Sanai's window. There was no way they could withstand wind this strong. I got back to my bed and turned to my side in the fetal position. Making sure not to accidentally open any gaps on my back, I closed my eyes. Fetal position, for the record, guys, is the worst position you could sleep in. Worst position you could sleep in. Not good for your back. Second worst position you could probably sleep in would be sleeping on your chest. That's also very bad for your back. Third worst position you could probably sleep in would be sleeping on your back, only because it could make it harder for some people to breathe. Best position you could sleep in would be on your side. I think your right side specifically, but I'm not 100% sure. The temperature suddenly dropped the next morning, just like Mayako and Sanai had warned. Oh, and Sanai also caught a cold. Damn. I see we got another like on the stream. Arigato gozaimasu. Holding the folded towel by its two ends, I gave it a hard ring. The water I had absorbed dripped down into the basin below. I placed the cool wet towel on the forehead of the feverish Sanai. Matter of fact, Azure, you're here. You could... Left side is best? Really? For me, I sleep on my right side. I don't know. That right side is a little bit more comfortable for me. I think usually because, like, when I do get back pain, it's usually toward the left side of my back. Sleeping on your chest pains your neck. Yeah. That's something else that was kind of happening to me. I was getting some neck pain. I was sleeping on my chest, like over the past year. Like, I was always a side sleeper. Then I started sleeping on my chest, which is also what my dad does, and it wasn't great, so I went back to being a side sleeper. Also, Mr. or Azure, whoever could give me feedback, do you guys see the thank you for subbing message on the stream, or is it just mostly not visible? Because on my end, I see it as if it's like raised too high and you can't read it. But in OBS, it's like perfectly aligned. But for some reason on YouTube, it doesn't look that way. I don't know what the hell happened. That's not supposed to happen. Guess what? At the turning point of seasons, it was really cold yesterday too. So now I blinked a few times instead of a reply. I'm still feeling cold, feeling out of it. Guess it's gonna be rice gruel or something along those lines for lunch then. I'll have Mayako bring it to you. Aren't you bored? Yeah, it's a shame we can't talk much, but it still beats being cooped up in my room. I made a long yawn. When I opened my eyes, I saw Sanai staring right at me. I couldn't sleep that well yesterday. You should sleep. I'm going to be fine, said Sanai in a small voice. I'm good. I can't see it? Let me see what happens if I try to drag it down more. I mean, I shouldn't have to. It's supposed to be aligned correctly. I don't know why you guys can't see it and why I can't see it. It's kind of weird. Alright, I tried to make some adjustments. Let's see what happens after this adjustment is made. Because I also don't want to block the text of the game. Let's see. Okay, so I can see that my adjustments are working. But that's weird, because it wasn't... I'm dragging it lower than it was originally, and it used to work at that height. Because now on my end in OBS, it doesn't look quite right. But I can see it's starting to look better on your end. For everybody in chat, so... Guess it is what... Oh, oops, wrong thing. Let me lock that. I'm trying to grab the arrow and move the arrow. Arrow, why won't you move? You know what, arrow? I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm just gonna leave everything where it is. Alright, do you want me to read you something? Rather, I'd like to hear the continuation of your story. Wait a minute, did Azure ever finish reading the lore? Now that they're talking about reading in the game, that reminds me. And have any of you other guys, like, attempted to read the lore in my Discord or listen to the lore? Bro, the Discord lore is effing crazy. It has, like, a lot of inside jokes, though, I think. So I don't know if it'll make 100% sense, but it'll probably make some sense. Which one? The story about your trip, the one you didn't finish last time. Ah. I plan to. I just stopped on chapter 3. Bro, but it gets so much better, even beyond chapter 3. You gotta read that shit. Oh, so for chapter 1... Some of the insiders were, for example, you know how the tea falls on Nari and she becomes a ghost? That's because Nari is a streamer that I know and she hates tea for some reason. And then it says that Nari's a ghost with no legs. That's another insider because I used to make fun of her because one of her avatars didn't have legs. Like whenever she would show the full model, it was just like a half a model basically. And there's a couple of other inside jokes in there. After filling our stomachs in the port, we rented ourselves a car. During our test ride along the seashore, we spotted a flock of seagulls flying above the sea. I think I gotta change my position and get comfortable in a different position. And then probably reset my model so that it looks like it's standing up straight, even though I'm not standing up straight. The wind's pretty strong here. I like towns with strong wind. It lifts my spirits. I don't like strong wind, dude. Because, like, if I have a hat, it'll, like, probably blow off my freaking hat. I mean, maybe on a hot day it's good, but if it's a cold day, then it just fucking slaps you with all the cold. I don't know, man. I'm not a wind. I mean, I like a light breeze. I like a light breeze, not a strong wind. Once the traffic light dangling above the road changed to green, we made our turn and returned to town. The well-kept steering wheel felt right at home in my grip, while the neatly polished front window gave me a clear and beautiful view of the scenery. As we rode up a hill, all we could see was the horizontal line of the asphalt, and the clear blue sky stretching above it. I spotted a few woolly clouds drifting across it. Eventually, we reached the top. Our red rental car returned to a horizontal position, but it lasted only a few moments and we were soon on our way downhill. This time I could see the azure sea and a port in the distance surrounded by colorful houses and some woodlands. Wow. The uneven terrain made the city even more scenic, letting you observe it from a variety of angles. As I looked down at the slope, I spotted some pink and white flowers growing by the side. The stone-paved road extending before our car cut through what seemed like a garden of sorts. The thick greenery higher up prevented me from seeing the end of the road. Okay. Releasing the brakes and promptly shifting to acceleration, I began to make my way down. Through the window on the passenger side, Sachiko gazed out at the colorful flowers as they danced, her own hair wildly fluttering in the wind. There was a huge and gorgeous Art Deco style bridge connecting the port and the neighboring town further down the road. The two towers supporting the bridge were so huge it felt almost like they were touching the sky. I leaned forward to have a better look, but the rear view mirror sparkled in the sun, momentarily blinding me in one eye. The setting sun painted the western sky orange while making the ocean waves appear like brilliant sparkling gold. The waves reached all the way to the bridge, lending a golden hue to its lower part as well. The towers appeared to almost be melting in the sky as that golden glow embraced their edges, and the sun began sinking deeper below the horizon, painting the entire scenery orange. I'm real glad it didn't rain today. Yeah. Our drive across the suspension bridge started with observing how the matte red structure was slowly taking on darker hues. Whatever. I began singing a song, humming the parts where I'd forgotten the words. It made Sachiko smile and comment on how old it was. Phew, after spinning the wheels so much, it's nice to finally have a relaxing straight road to drive on. I straightened my arms on my back. Do you want me to drive on the way back? No need, I'm good. Click. I changed gears and stepped on the gas a bit harder. A classical rock song began blaring from the radio when I pressed the button on it, the kind you'd hear all the time these days. I lowered the sound a little. I wonder if that's Miss. Sachiko, who was looking at the Gulf from the window, pointed at the cars ahead of us. Their lights were about to disappear into some haze. It looked like the wind swept some mist our way from the Gulf. It swiftly covered the water below the bridge and was now rising up to where we were. It had already covered most of the road. Are you going to be okay? I can see the cable, so it shouldn't be a problem. The white dense mist hid the road in front of us like a cloud. All we had was the orange-red cable to guide our way. We drove across the vanilla-colored cloud, with our eyes fixed on the cable extending from one of the towers. If I woke up in a place like this, I think I was dreaming for sure. Yeah. Our car drove over the clouds. The sun dipped behind a golden tinted cloud in the westward sky. You think we're going to be okay? What do you mean? At this rate, the road might very well lead us straight to Wonderland, or Heaven. Sachiko gave the scenery in front of us a look before glancing back at me with a gentle smile. I wouldn't mind that. As the wind picked up, our car was swallowed by the surrounding mist. I pulled the switch next to the wheel and made our headlights blink. The mist reflected their golden glow. For a while, I observed the spreading clouds and the high towers peeking out from behind them, until I heard the abrupt sound of a horn. Oh. Honk! Honk! Even after I floored the glass pedal, the sound continued to echo across the mist. Sachiko looked out the window and listened in. I think it's the horn of a ship. It's coming from below. I wonder if it's signaling its place so it doesn't collide with anyone else. I decelerated to our previous speed and made our tail lamps blink as well. Sachiko lowered the volume of the radio. Now I could definitely tell the sound was coming from below. Honk! Honk! There are all sorts of sounds in the world, huh? I returned my gaze to the towers peeking out from behind the veil of mist. After a few more honks, the mist cleared up and we continued onwards. I could see the same blue sedan in front of us. Before we realized it, the sun had already set. GU. Azure. Jack. Click. XYZ. Mr. Ronzo. Floof. What other names can I say? Sushi. What other names can I say, guys? Emma. The moment I left the room, the chilly air outside made me shiver. Groaning, I wrapped my arms around myself. I suddenly realized it was exactly what my grandmother used to do. The black window frames rattled, making the corridor feel even colder. On the other side of them loomed a sky lightly covered by clouds. The camphor tree in the yard continued to sway in the wind, shedding some of its leaves in the process. I followed the leaves with my eyes while turning toward the east wing. Can I recommend you a song I really like? Go ahead, by all means. I was listening to music earlier. I was listening to my boy, Tupac Shakur. And then all of a sudden it transitioned into fucking Big Papa by Biggie Smalls. And I was like, oh, well, this song I've heard a million times. I wanted some more Tupac. I hear the sound of a knife hitting on a chopping board. Maiko is busy with preparing lunch behind my back. Not minding her, I kept my eyes on the small pot in front of me. Chopped vegetables and rice were being steamed together. The shredded radish and carrots, the sliced shiitake mushrooms, the chopped onions, and the rice gruel were all gently wobbling in there. I think it's starting to boil over again. It should be about done by now. I scooped up a small portion and put it in my mouth. It's hot, but good. Saru? Damn, you're saying I forgot Saru's name? Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I feel awful now. And I DM'd him earlier too. He hasn't DM'd back yet. He must be busy today. He's online. He must be busy. Listen to Abnormality Dancing Girl after the stream, please. Why don't you post it in the music channel? That way I don't forget. Can I have a taste too? I think the taste is a bit strong though. Maiko came over and opened the lid, her expression instantly clouding over. Did you put curry in this? Just a little. The taste is too strong, said Maiko after putting some of it in her mouth. You think so? It's not good for someone who just got over a fever. The room we were using for the cafeteria had a long blackwood table with several chairs around it. How they managed to bring that table into the room was a mystery to me, though. Sitting in one of the chairs was a certain someone with fluffy hair. Circled around the table, set down my tray and sat in front of her. Long time no see, how are you doing? Oh, the little girl, dude. This little girl, I think she was one of the silhouettes they showed when they were talking about how people were disappearing. I don't know if that's a foreshadowing. I don't know if she's gonna disappear at some point, but I was looking at the first girl that they had on the right side that was like closest to the screen, and I was like, bro, that hair looks fucking distinctive and familiar. And I think it was the little girl, dude. Why? I'm here because I'm not doing well. Well, that's true in most cases, but there are exceptions to everything, right? Kozue furrowed her brows as I removed the lid from the pot. Want to have a taste? I asked, but Kozue shook her head. I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? Nowhere special. I wonder if we just missed each other then. Perhaps I was avoiding you. I felt something pierce my heart just now. Doesn't seem like it was much of a fatal injury for you, though. That's because I'm headstrong. Kozue placed a cup of water on the table. Are you in a bad mood? You've seen her before? Yeah, she was in the last chapter in the library, and then she came to talk about architecture. Unless you're saying we saw her somewhere else other than that. Maybe I can help if there's something on your mind. I'm okay. On the tray before her rested a bowl of rice, a plate with sweet and sour pork, some broiled fish, and a single strawberry. There's also a bowl of carrot and some bean goma salad next to the tray. Kozue picked up an okra with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Was that okra tasty? It was okay. I don't like sticky stuff, which is why I'm not a fan of the mountain potatoes here. I think I saw you eating natto earlier. That's what I was referring to? I love natto. You're like a little child. Hey, natto's good for you. Is there nothing you don't like, Kozue? No. I see. I scooped up a spoonful of rice gruel. It had already cooled off to the perfect temperature. The taste of curry was a bit strong, though. Kozue ate her food with almost machine-like precision. The wind rattled the window. I looked behind me and gazed outside through the large window. The cloudy sky made the interior of the room darker than usual. Trust me, right now, Kozue's like top of the charts for characters that intrigue me. Her and Takako. The lights inside suddenly blinked. I looked up at the ceiling. They're acting funny again, and we changed them just the other day. Also, the nurse intrigues me because of what Takako said earlier. The fact that there's no doctors and there's just like this one nurse. I'm kind of like, why does that one nurse even stay there? Why don't they just close the sanatorium? How does she even make money? Feels like there's no one around to even pay her a salary. I tagged in the channel to check it out later, bet. I wonder if the age of this building is a problem. Maybe there's something off with the wiring. The ones at the lobby stairway were acting up too. Mariko says she might have to change them again. Ah, that's right. I took out a piece of cardboard from my pocket and handed it to Kozue. What is this? An invitation from Mayuko. That's your handwriting, though. The card had a fantastic illustration of stars and clouds drawn on it. The date and time were written below that. She asked me to write it. Is that for Christmas? Yeah, it's been a while, so we're all getting together and having dinner together. Make sure not to be late. What if I don't go? The food will go to waste. And what's this about a dress code? It's a party. If you don't have a dress, I can lend you mine. Kozue finished her final piece of fish with what little rice she had left, then gulped down her remaining miso soup. Well, I'm full. You going already? I addressed her as she picked up her tray. She cocked her head to the side, seemingly nodding. It's been cold lately, so be careful. I addressed her back while scooping out another spoonful of curry gruel. I could hear a faint sound coming from Sanai's room. Listening to a set of familiar words, I opened her door. Sanai was lying on her bed, holding a book. Her face was turned toward the window. The window was slightly open, its curtains languidly fluttering in the faint wind. The music of my childhood reverberated across the walls. Sanai didn't react to my entry. As I drew closer, I realized that her eyes were closed and her breathing was even. I closed the window, careful not to make a sound. I moved closer to the shelf with the record player and checked the label of the record set down next to it. The cover wasn't the one I was familiar with, but it was most certainly the song I hummed during that trip I told Sanai about. I spent a couple of moments listening to the melody. As the song began nearing its end, I looked down at the shelf below in search of the notebook I had forgotten in her room. Sanai's shelves seemed to have changed slightly from the last time I saw them. She must have returned a lot of her books to the library, as most of the available space was now taken up by the records, with only a few lonely books left at the edges of the shelf. Leftover books seemed ancient. Their covers were pretty much falling apart. They must have been her old favorites or something. Some were meticulously patched up with tape and adhesive. Most of them seemed to be related to illnesses, including the ugly duckling. A book that most hospitals had on their shelves. I spotted a few thinner volumes, some newer novels, as I inspected one book after another. And when I'd forgotten what I was looking for, I suddenly found my notebook. I gave it a thorough look. It had the familiar brown leather cover. Upon closer examination, I realized the cover was no cheap knockoff one could see on most notebooks. This was likely the real deal. I sat down in the cane chair and opened up the notebook. I already discussed it with Mayuko. You better listen to it. I'm gonna listen to it, bro. Don't worry, chill. She said it was addressed directly to me, so I was free to do whatever I wanted with it. Upon flipping to the first page, I saw some handwritten letters that said they were neat and easy to read and no way inferior to print. As I examined the date, I realized that a few pages between the first and the cover were torn out. They were removed with such precision I didn't even notice at first. I quickly flipped to the end of the notebook to check if no other pages were missing. I found myself intrigued by the missing contents, but the entries are all dated, so I figured I could just start reading from whenever I wanted. October 6, 1979. Contrary to the forecast, the weather was beautiful today. The sky was blue, with only a few light clouds to liven up its colors. To be completely honest, I spent pretty much every sports festival like that, even when it was the festival of another school. A nearby elementary school is holding a sports festival today. An upbeat song, the kind you usually hear during running competitions, began playing, followed by a sudden gunshot. Takako is excitedly looking at it from atop a jungle gym. Man, I just got an urge, guys. You know what my urge is? And I've had this urge earlier this week, too, and I wasn't able to satisfy it yet. But right now, it just hit me especially hard. I have an urge for rice pudding. So let me pause for a sec. And what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna check what the weather is gonna look like tomorrow. I think it's gonna rain, but if it doesn't rain, maybe I'll go get some rice pudding. Cause I really need that shit. I could have gotten it today, but I got the tiramisu instead today, so that's the thing. Cause the Albanian restaurant has rice pudding. Haven't tried theirs yet, but I think there's also a Mexican restaurant near my job that has rice pudding. Mexican restaurant's always empty though, and it doesn't really look like the fanciest place, so I don't know how I feel about it. Maybe I gotta check out their reviews and see if it has good reviews or something. Teacher's narration of the competition could be heard through the speaker atop a tall pole decorated with flags. Her loud voice practically drowning out the music. I suddenly remembered how hot it was. The wind was stronger at the top of the slide, and we were in the shadow of a large tree, but due to how sunny it had been lately, this week's temperatures exceeded the average by a wide margin. I shifted my gaze to the book I had been holding and tried once again to ignore the heat. I was here because I promised Takako to come if the weather was fine. Back when I made that promise, I already knew about the weather forecast and had completely forgotten about my sports festival curse. The view's great from here, let's watch it together. We had a sports festival at our school last week. Is it really that entertaining to watch another school participate in one? Watching and participating are both fun in their own way. Really? As a participant, I was too busy being nervous and excited to really take it all in. And before long, the whole thing was over. Being on the sidelines lets you calmly observe everything. I mean, even if you were in your house, you'd hear the sounds and get curious about how it's going, though. Don't leave me with Azure, she's scary. I ain't gonna be fun. I ain't gonna be with you, the F you mean. Rice pudding for me is arroz con leche. Yeah, that's what they call it at the Mexican restaurant. That's also what my grandma calls it. Apparently, it is gonna rain tomorrow, so that's not great. I mean, I've known this all week, but still. Takako shouted something down to her, then turned back to me. She wants all three of us to play. What do you think? I'll be reading my book here. Alright, then we'll hang out around here. Takako slid down the slide. After that, I spent some time reading. Once I finished the chapter I'd been on, I closed the book and brushed some sweat off my forehead. Below me, Takako, her two friends, and some boy I'd never seen before playing kick tennis. I had no idea where they got that volleyball. What the heck? A Gallup song burst forth from the speakers. It seemed like they started the ball toss game. For a while I gazed absent-mindedly at the white and red balls, dancing in the sky before realizing that I was feeling even hotter than before. I think my family was talking about, like my grandma's rice pudding lately, because my grandma used to make rice pudding every year around this time of the year, around, you know, Christmas, New Year's. But she would make a lot because she would share with my grandpa's friends. And my grandpa passed away this summer, and my grandma's also been getting a lot weaker. So I think my family was like, oh, grandma's probably not going to make rice pudding this year, but then we don't know what's going to happen because some people in the family might still expect rice pudding. And it's like this whole mess now. And it's like, I don't know. I know how to make rice pudding. If somebody wants rice pudding, I can make it for them. But I could take up grandma's charge. I can make rice pudding on behalf of the family. I should try tres leches. I don't need to try it. I've already had it. The first time I had it was in high school. I went to my friend's birthday party, and his family made it homemade for his birthday. That was the best tres leches I ever had, the homemade one. Then I tried it at a few restaurants, and it was good, but not as good as the homemade one. I can't believe you think I'm so uncultured that I haven't had tres leches cake. You clearly have a low opinion of me. I looked at the scoreboard and saw that the red team had 419 points, while the white team had 503. Just then, a person appeared from the window and changed the red team's score to 460. Somebody also brought tres leches cake to my job like a few weeks ago when we had a big like feast. I guess she's like, I think she's Mexican, so she brought tres leches cake. But my favorite thing was like this Jamaican teacher. She brought fucking jerk chicken, and oh my god, she was like, I remember at the end of the day that day when we were done teaching after school, she was like, GU, I'm tired. And I'm like, how can you be tired when your jerk chicken gave me life? And she started laughing. She was happy. But that jerk chicken was like, whew, 20 out of 10, bro. Click is going to sleep. All right, Click. See you again in an hour, bud. Thanks for hanging out. Have you tried homemade Mexican flan? I've had flan. I don't know if I've had homemade Mexican. Probably not. It was almost time for lunch, and as I realized that, I smelled something good. I looked around the school grounds and spotted some of the families already helping themselves to an early treat. Hold on, guys. I'm like multitasking. Specifically because of this rice pudding thing. I'm like trying to look up that restaurant near my job. The Gallup song ended and the ball baskets were lowered. The person on the speaker began counting each ball as they were being tossed high into the air. As I observed the white and red balls painting wide arcs in the air, I felt the slide shake. Azure's mean? Damn. A moment later, I heard some wails from below. Looking down, I spotted Takako clutching her head and writhing on the ground. I pushed the book back into my pocket and descended the stairs of the slide to give Takako a closer look. She was surrounded by her 2 friends and that boy I didn't know. Are you okay? Asked one of her friends. Takako raised her upper body with a groan, her hands still on the back of her head. Does it hurt? It doesn't. I noticed something red seeping through her fingers. You're bleeding? I realized there were also some red stains on her back and what looked like a puddle of blood about the size of my palm on the ground where she lay. One of the adults that saw the whole thing called an ambulance and it arrived before we knew it. I ended up having to accompany Takako to the hospital. Takako was lying limp on the ambulance's bed with a towel on her head. The adult who sat next to us was listening to how she got hurt. From what I could piece together, it appeared she jumped up and clutched on the aerial ladder that was pretty high up, but her fingers slipped. She ended up turning upside down in the air and fell to the ground, hitting her head directly. Your stupidity knows no bounds. I'm bleeding all over. That's because you cut your head. I'm starting to feel the pain. Takako told the adult her home's phone number. Then she proceeded to look at the ceiling of the ambulance car. She couldn't move her head, so only her eyes darted anxiously from one spot to another. I might die. Relax. Worst case scenario, you get a few stitches. So is this gonna be correlated to her current memory loss problems, Jack? Is that what this is? Her previous head injury? Her eyes stopped darting around and focused on me. Okay, so I think I found the place near my job. It has good reviews from quite a few dozen reviewers. I need to see if I can find a way to look at the best. Huh. Yeah, the reviews are really good. Some people said it has the best food. Shit. I gotta check this place out. Chicken and red sauce we have on the menu. This menu is like really... Jarritos fruit punch? What the fuck is that? Is that a brand? Tamarindo? They got tamarindo. My dad likes that. I don't know if that's good. Platillos? What's that? What's a platillo? I can't even read this menu because it's like basically in Mexican, I guess. I mean, they got tacos. That part I get. Got a big menu. Usually I like places with smaller menus because then you know they do those few things like really, really well. Got chimichangas, they got nachos, salad, tortas. I'm not sure what a torta is because in Italian torta means cake, but in Spanish it's something else and I forgot what. Huaraches. They got cheesecake, they got flan, they got pastel tres leches. Oh, they got specials. Okay, this is what I want to see. They got botana like something. I don't know what the hell this is. Jalapeno peppers. I don't know what these are, but they're very expensive. This is a really, really long menu. Alright. In Mexican, you mean Spanish? I mean, there's a lot of different types of Spanish, though. I love asking you food you've eaten. Have you tried flautas? No, what's a flauta? I couldn't possibly say? Alright, when you played the game, did you make the same prediction? I'm kind of craving fun now. I love agua de tamarindo. Really? It's good. Alright. I might have to check that out then. There's a... You know that Thai restaurant I said that I'm going to? They make duck with tamarindo sauce, so... Again, I've never had tamarindo, but my dad likes it. You apparently like it, so I might enjoy that. I love tortas. They're so good, especially torta. What is a torta though? Should I have to look this up? I don't. Jack probably wants me to keep reading. I feel bad. Let me keep reading a bit, then I'll look up tortas and flautas. Will you visit my grave if I die? I suppose I'd have to. I'm going to be lonely, so come visit me every day. No way, that sounds like a pain. Then at least drop by once in a while. I suppose that could work. After we reached the hospital, the doctors brought Takako to a room on a stretcher. I can't remember. That was so long ago. How old is this game? When did you play this game? I feel like the physical copy of this game, at least, just released like 2 years ago. So I'm guessing you played the digital version. But even so, when the hell did the digital version first release? Let me look this up. Let me get some stats. So apparently this is a 2016 game. I do think that the physical copies released like maybe 2 years ago, I'm not sure. Like 2020. But I guess the digital one was like 6 years ago. So that's what you played? Well, I'm already on here. Let me look up tortas real quick. So a torta looks like a burger. That's all it is, really. It's just like some type of... Yeah, it's just like a bread. It doesn't look... I'm pretty sure I have stuff like this all the time. It doesn't really look like anything unique. Flautas looks a little bit more unique. It kind of looks like a crepe filled with meat. Like they have chicken flautas. That actually looks really good. I might buy that from the restaurant then. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Am I saying it right? Flautas? I spent a few moments staring at the closed doors in the empty hallway, then sat down on the bench in front of the room. After a bit of time, I heard a sharp wail and some protests about needles or whatnot. But wait, I'm not ready yet. After a few minutes, I heard some irritated adult voices saying that she wasn't the only patient here. Yeah, even after that, the sounds of struggle wouldn't cease. I strained my ears and listened in. Judging from the voices and sounds, I guessed that she fought back against the nurses and doctors as they tried to hold her down. But as she was finally subdued and the needle came closer, she gave up and stopped struggling. The anesthetic must have worked as I couldn't hear anything anymore. Takako's mother came to the hospital a few minutes later. Do not compare it to a burger. Yeah, you are. Bro, it's literally basically a burger. I'm pretty sure that the bread probably gets a little bit crispier. It's a little bit harder for sure, but at the end of the day, it's basically a burger, it looks like. Because I'm thinking it's the bread that sets it apart, right? Or is it something else? A lot of these Mexican dishes just feel like they did something different with the bread or whatever dough sort of product that they created, but I feel like at the end of the day, the meat and seasonings are still the same, no? She must have come directly from work as she was still in her suit. After I explained it to her, everything that had happened, she looked around and entered Takako's room. I looked over her shoulder as she began speaking to the doctor to see Takako lying on the bed with her back to me in the center of the room. The doctor leaned over her and sewed her wound with something that looked like a nipper before I even had the time to react. The silver tray that Takako was leaning her head on was filled with crimson blood. You can stand up now. As the doctor said that, Takako began to slowly rise to her feet. The nurse wiped the blood off Takako's face while the latter kept staring into space with an empty expression. The doctor told Takako's mother not to scratch or wash the wound until it completely closes up. He then turned to Takako and repeated the same thing. After Takako's mother thanked the doctor, I helped Takako climb into her mother's car while she stayed behind for a bit more. Likely due to the anesthetic, Takako leaned against the rear seat's door and stopped moving altogether, almost like a squashed cockroach. Your head looks weird, I told her. The gauze bandages covering her wound was supported by a white net-looking thing that coiled around her entire head. It opened up at the top, making her hair stick out like a flower bulb. Takako simply let out a heavy sigh in response. Are you nervous? I gave her a hard look. After a few moments of silence, she opened her mouth. Everyone's gonna make fun of me in school tomorrow. I think the fact that an ambulance car showed up at a sports festival is a much bigger event as far as everyone is considered. Takako came to school the next day with that net still on her head, and everyone started calling her the flower bulb. However, when she could finally take it off the next week, she began bragging and showing her stitches to everyone as though it was some honorable wound. Original Japanese release 2016, Steam release end of 2017, Switch digital release 2020. So guess I first played it in 2017, 5 years ago. For my headache as I finished reading the entry. The pain itself was hardly anything noteworthy. Have you played any other Yuri games, Jack? I already know what 2 games I'm gonna stream after I finish this one. Like what 2 Yuri games I'm gonna stream. I already got them lined up. It reminded me of having a fishbone stuck in your throat. I began massaging my eyes with my fingers when I suddenly realized Sanai was up and looking at me. Did I surprise you? She asked. No. My muscles tensed up at the idea of being observed without my knowledge, but luckily only my left hand, the one that held the notebook, twitched. I raised the notebook higher and showed it to Sanai. I was reading the diary. Ah, the notebook from yesterday. Not much comes to mind? Oh, really? So this was your only Yuri game? Are you a big Yuri fan, or was this sort of just like a one-time experience, or whatever you want to call it? An exception, I guess. Did you read it without permission? She glared at me with accusing eyes. Okay, hold on. We got probably dinner. So my grandmother usually makes food, but today she didn't make food, which, you know, no prob. Grandma be tired. So I think we're gonna order Italian food. So I'm gonna probably get a plate of baked ziti. For those of you who don't know, baked ziti is a pasta. For some reason, a lot of people don't know what baked ziti is, which is mind-boggling to me because it's the best pasta and the pasta that I eat the most. And it's a type of pasta, ziti. And then it has the tomato sauce and mozzarella cheese. It's not too crazy of a recipe. Something that I figured everyone would have eaten pretty much, but nope, not everyone has eaten it. I like Yuri anime, but not many games come to mind. Ooh, do you need Yuri anime and manga recommendations by any chance? Because if so, I created a Yuri anime recommendation video. It's like a tier list, but I give brief summaries of all the Yuri anime and manga. I could send you a link if you'd like. Nico, you doing alright? I stepped away from the computer, and then it started spazzing out. Have you tried Agua de Jamaica, GU? Nope. What the hell is that? Hi Saru, hi Azure. Nico having a seizure, damn. I was reading the diary. Ah, a notebook from yesterday. Did you read it without permission? She glared at me with accusing eyes. I waved my hand in denial, which kind of reminded me of those comedians on TV. Discarding that thought, I proceeded to explain myself. Looks like this thing really was addressed to me. How can you tell? This diary really belonged to my friend. It's pretty ancient, but there's stuff about me written in it. It doesn't belong to some random stranger. I'm sure she sent it to me so I would read it. I opened the book on the first page and showed it to Sanai. She looked at it through her glasses, but seemed unable to make out the letters from that distance. What interests me about this is that if Sachiko sent Takako the diary, then that means Sachiko knows damn well where Takako is. She knows that Takako's in the sanatorium. So then at what point did Sachiko think that Takako was missing and didn't know where she was? Like, the whole fucking chronology of this game just doesn't make sense to me. Nico, Elden Ring already sucks ass. There's no PlayStation controller layout for it on PC. Do you not have a PS4? Why would you even buy it on PC? That's like the last place that I would recommend. I wouldn't even recommend, period. I got it on PS4. I was thinking about buying a PS5, but I don't think now is the right time. Because I don't think it has any like good exclusive games. If I'm wrong about that, feel free to correct me, chat. But the only exclusive that I know that PS5 has is Demon's Souls. And I already have that on PlayStation 3. Although I would want to play it on PlayStation 5 probably. Because I wouldn't mind replaying it. That's not a good enough reason to get a PS5. Because like every other game that they have on PS5 that's good is also on PS4. So like I could just get it on PS4 then. Why spend $500 on a PS5 that I'm not ready to purchase when I could just not do that? So anyway, I've been getting opportunities to buy a PS5, but it's like I'm not ready yet. So that's where I'm at. Oh, was it good? He literally just said it wasn't good. I don't want to pay for online. Not sure if it had connectivity to a PC as well. There's a person I want to play it with who has it for PC. Oh, okay. I got it for PS4, but I don't really have any reason to play online, so that doesn't bother me to play offline. One of my friends from my job wanted me to help him, but he kind of stopped asking. Like, I added him as a friend on PS4, but then he didn't ask me to play it with him again. He didn't, like, set up a day and time. And now he's almost, like, done with the game. He got past a lot of the stuff he was struggling with, so I don't think he needs my assistance. No games for PS5 from what I've seen. Yeah, that's what I feel. Like, I was trying to do research, and I'm like, bro, everything that's on here, they have on PS4. I could just keep building my PS4 collection and save money instead of spending $500 or $600 on a PS5. Cause that's a lot right now. Honestly, my budget, I thought my budget would be able to handle that, but after all the Black Friday spending I did on like collector edition games and stuff, like I just can't. TFW, no Elden Ring DLC yet. I don't think I would buy Elden Ring DLC, to be honest. The only game I think I bought DLC for that was like Soulsborne series was Bloodborne, because I really enjoyed Bloodborne, and the DLC was phenomenal. The fight with Maria was fun. The fight with Kos was incredibly challenging and rewarding once completed. Yeah. So I played Bloodborne. I played Bloodborne, Jack. DLC. I don't remember. I don't think I ever got DLC for any of the other games, though. I don't remember what the DLC would have been. It doesn't matter. Bloodborne and the DLC are awesome, dude. I was trying to stream Bloodborne. I don't know if you'd ever be interested in seeing me stream it. I think I streamed some of it on Twitch. I don't think those streams exist on YouTube, unfortunately. But I was gonna stream like a second playthrough. I think I got to the part where I beat Gascoigne, the second boss. And then I was struggling with Amelia. So that's, if I were to continue streaming it, that's where I would be. I would be at the fight with Amelia. That's where we'd be picking up from, I think. Unless I do another, like, start from scratch, which I could do. Always fun to watch people die. Huh. I was thinking about streaming some Elden Ring. Maybe you could watch that tomorrow, too. It was gonna be my fights against Millennia and me dying many times. I don't know if I'll actually do it tomorrow. I'll have to see how I feel, because we are also doing Ender Lilies tomorrow. But I'm thinking about doing that soon. A stream of just me trying to beat Millennia in Elden Ring. I just realized it's been a whole month since I've known you. A whole month? I thought it's been like 2 months. Dark Souls 2 DLC are also its best content. Did I play the DLC for that? I don't know. I think I heard, wasn't that with the Mad King? Or not the Mad King, but like the Iron King or some shit? Because I heard my friend was telling me about Dark Souls 2. And he was like, oh, in Dark Souls 2, there's this guy. And he's called like the Iron King or something like that. And he's like, what's badass about the Iron King is he basically built his castle on top of this hole that's like the entrance to the demon realm. And he built his castle on top of that hole so the entrance to the demon realm could be in his throne room. So whenever a demon would emerge, he could instantly slay it. Which sounded fucking badass. I don't know if it was like the Ivory King or the Iron King. It was something like that. You probably know what I'm talking about, right? I hope you know what I'm talking about. That battle is LOL. I'm not sure I've ever been so angry at a Soulsborne boss. Wait, which boss are we talking about? Iron King? Ivory King? Or somebody else? Watching Nico die a whole bunch? Wow. So that's... You just want to see me suffer, Saru. I thought we were friends. Old Iron King, that's his name? I like how XYZ is not here, but he's just talking. He's flirting with Azure in the Discord instead of flirting with her here. What the fuck, bro? It'd be like that. She looked at it through her glasses, but seemed unable to make out the letters from that distance. Oh wait, never mind. I met you in the Coast group like in October. Wow, forgetting when you met me. That is toxic. What is it about? She gave up and leaned back against her pillow. Story about how an ambulance car came to a sports festival. What on earth happened? I cracked my head at the playground and ended up needing stitches. I carried the cane chair closer to her bed. We ain't flirting, what? Friends watch friends go through the toughest of times. Damn. That is some nice sugarcoating. You're one suave motherfucker, Saru. Wait, Saru, did you see my DM? Yeah, you did. You responded to it. I gotta go respond to yours later. So I had an idea, and I'll pitch it to you. I guess I could pitch it to you now. I'll respond to your DM now. You're here, so I may as well send you the pitch while you're attentive. Alright, I sent you the DM. Let me know what you think about that idea. I think it could be fun. I don't really have like the full details like fleshed out in my mind yet, but you know, I got like this basic idea for now, and then I have to work on the rest and let you know and let the others know. You planted a bomb in my room. We literally just lost our home because of him. I'm crying. Damn, bro, what's up with all this slander, all these lies? The playground, so you didn't get hurt during the actual event? You know what? Just now that you're talking all this shit, I'm not gonna listen to your dancing girl song. You've angered me for the last time. And I'm gonna ping crayons while I'm at it. I pulled my hair aside and showed Sonai the back of my head. Is it still there? I think I can see a little bump or something. I knew it would never disappear. I let go of my hair and sat back down into the chair. Did you remember that event? I'm not sure. I vaguely recall attending it when I read through the diary, but I see. I realized the pain was gone. I pressed my fingers against my eyes again. Sanai looked at me, so I hurriedly let go of them and opened the notebook. As I flipped through a few pages, Sanai shifted her attention to the record player. I did the same. Did you actually look for the record of this song? I asked her. By now, the song had long since come to an end, and the record player was dead silent. The diary must have captured my attention so much that I didn't even notice. No, please, listen to it. Please, I'm sorry, Giyu. Please, I'll do anything. No, you betrayed me. Every weekend there's a new betrayal from you, Azure. As I count up all these betrayals, I see a pattern of hatred in your actions. A pattern of pure malice. Not to mention that when you put all the pieces together of everything that you've said this weekend, I've reached the conclusion that the reason why you said I'm not your favorite yesterday is because sushi's your new favorite. And that hurts. It stings like a bee giving me an allergic reaction. And I don't even have allergies to bees. But that's what it would feel like. Am I right, Jack? Am I right, Saru? Am I right, Mr. Mister? Am I right, Click Click, who's probably coming back from his sleep any minute now? I got curious about which song it was when you mentioned it during your story. Did I get it right? Yeah, hearing it again is really nostalgic. Can I raise the volume a little? Of course. I got off my chair and turned up the volume knob. I ended up chatting with Sanai until dinner. The windows didn't rattle too much that day. The view outside looked still and serene, with no wind. It reminded me of a picture you see on a postcard. Only a single dried up leaf kept fluttering on the tip of a branch. It was as though it was trying to fight against the onset of winter, despite looking like it would fall apart at any second. Please listen to it, please. I see. So you don't deny that sushi's your new favorite. Saru. I shake my head in displeasure. I sat down in the chair and was about to continue reading the diary when I remembered that odd pain behind my eyes. Remnants of it still seemed to linger in my mind. Rushing things would have been pointless, so I chose to close the notebook for now. I shut my eyes and leaned against the cafeteria. Why did I say cafeteria? I literally just inserted the word. I was gonna say cafeteria chair, and then I'm like, wait a minute, what? With all my weight, the pain vanished. It happened either when I closed my eyes or shortly afterwards. Now that the pain was gone, I felt cold. An unpleasant chill ran down my spine. I opened my eyes to check if the window was closed. I couldn't see it from my current position, so I stood up and walked closer. After pulling on it a few times, I fastened the latch. You're like my top -- streamer. You're the one I watch the most. I come to your stream very early and stay here with you for hours listening to your voice. Like, you're like the first streamer I've ever watched for hours. I wasn't really into streams, but until I got into your server, I started going onto your streams the most. Should I be flattered by this? Can I trust your words? Can I trust your sincerities? As I reclined in my seat, I saw the window of my second floor room through the front glass. I do appreciate always having you around. To the right of my room was Sanai's, but her window was located on the other wall, so I couldn't see it from here. I sat up and opened the glove compartment. Inside, I found a pair of sunglasses, some pocket tissues, and a softcover book. I had nothing else to do, so I took out the sunglasses and tried putting them on. They had thick black frames. I turned the rear view mirror toward myself. A small bag dangling from it touched my hand. I looked at it. It was made of some kind of thin material like Japanese paper. There seemed to be something inside. As I placed it on my palm and held it up to the light, I saw something purple. That must have been the origin of the lavender smell in the car. Nobody could ever replace you. Like, I actually never watched the stream though. Bro, you're gonna make me cry those tears of joy, bro. Don't do this to me. Don't make me cry in front of Jack, bro. Jack views me as the manliest man on this platform. If I cry in front of him, he'll never come back. He'll lose all respect for me. Upon drawing it closer to my nose, I realized I was right. What are you doing? The door on the side of the driver's seat suddenly opened, startling me. Mayuko climbed into the car. How does it look? Guys, I have a confession to make. Albanian food, I think, is like the cuisine that most produces a deep desire in me for more food. Like, I could eat a Japanese dish and be satisfied, and I'm like, alright, cool, and continue my day. But I'll eat Albanian food, and then I'll just be thinking, damn, I want to have more of that fucking Albanian food, bro. Like, that's like in the background of my subconscious as I read this Yuri novel to you guys. I just keep thinking, food. Alrighty, I'm gonna do the Elden thing now. Alright, Saru. Good luck, brother. I hope you adapt to the controls and have more fun with it. Look, I'll make ults for you and get you to 230. Bro, I need to get to 1,000. Just tell all your family and friends to subscribe. That way we have authentic viewers who might watch from time to time. That's what we need now. We need authentic viewers. I feel like some thinner frames would suit you better. Can we really just go outside like this? I have permission. Oh, that's good to hear. Upon checking that the ignition keys was in its place, Mayuko promptly turned it. The car jerked for a moment and the engine whirred to life with a low roar. Now, Mayuko, who's the one giving you permission? The head doctor of the sanatorium. Wait, what? There's a head doctor? And when they're not present, the responsibility falls on the head nurse. Isn't that you? I gave her a suspicious look. That's right. I'll be in a whole heap of trouble if you disappear on me, so be sure to stick close. You don't need to tell me that. Even if you find something interesting, don't wander off without first telling me. I'll accompany you if need be. How old do you think I am? Mayuko extended an arm to fix the position of the rear view mirror. In it, I saw the reflection of a woman with twin tails and sunglasses. I'm looking good. I'm really worried. Mayuko fastened her seatbelt. I returned the sunglasses to the glove compartment and fastened my seatbelt too. Did you fasten your seatbelt? Yes. We're off then. Ah, it's Sanai. Probably drawn by the sound of the engine, Sanai was looking at us through the corridor's window. She returned my wave with one of her own. Mayuko changed gears and began going in reverse. She then switched gears again and turned the steering wheel to the right toward the gate. Meanwhile, I could hear the sharp screeching of the tires. Soon enough, I lost sight of Sanai. You think Sanai will be fine on her own? Yes. What happens if she gets hungry? I prepared a meal for her. Besides, there are all sorts of things left in the fridge. I didn't know she could cook. You're going to cook for us tomorrow, right? I guess I better do my best not to disappoint everyone. Please do. Okay. Let me see what Saru said to me. I think he DM'd. Oh, he didn't DM me. That's just his stream announcement. Come on, bro. I'm hurt. It's okay. They'll refresh. Damn. The general store had a narrow parking area for about 4 cars. but it was already taken by a white truck bearing the store's name, a light green two-door Datsun that looked more like a toy than a real car, and an elaborately decorated Toyota Crown. After changing gears multiple times, Mayuko finally managed to fit our car into the last open space left. This is a different place than usual. The white concrete walls of the store loomed above the rest of the buildings. A series of large orange letters at the front spelled out its name. Most of the other buildings in the area were built in a traditional Japanese style, but this one looked more like the kind of highway motel you'd see in the US. Mayuko closed the door and stretched her shoulders. We'll buy the seasonings here and go to the shopping district for the rest. I got out of the car and stretched my limbs. Looking behind me, I saw the 3 cars and Mayuko's red minivan lined up next to each other like this was some used car exhibit. A clerk sweeping the road in front of the entrance greeted us. I responded with a nod, but Mayuko didn't notice. Pushing open the glass door with faded red handles, she hurried into the store. I pushed my shopping cart forward while listening to the folk rock music playing inside. Did you say wrinkled potatoes are better? I grabbed a few potatoes that looked better than the rest and showed them to Mayuko. The ones with less wrinkles are better. Let's take this, this, and this. She swiftly picked up the potatoes and put them into the shopping cart. I put the carrot I picked up with the potatoes into the shopping cart. Ah, we still have carrots fresh from our fields. Oh. She placed my carrot back on the shelf. Well, if we don't need carrots, then next up would be onions, I guess. They're over there. Roll, roll. Here you go. I put a few onions into the shopping cart while Mayuko grabbed a broccoli. You want a broccoli too? Is there a problem? Well, I doubt they'd ruin the taste. We still don't have the meat we need, though. I think I saw some over in that corner. It's interesting how different families tend to have different ideas about the ideal meat. There seems to be an overabundance of poultry. I suppose that qualifies as meat. I'll be needing a lot, so don't skimp on it. Okay. But anyway, like, when you're not streaming, I feel so sad and empty because I have nothing else to do rather than scrolling through TikTok with a boring face and no GU on. Your streams make me feel joyful. I'm glad they make you feel joyful, Azure. I appreciate you saying that. Bro, I don't know what's up with the TikToks, though. TikToks, I also feel like TikToks are boring as shit. Honestly, I hate them. Like, people will do absolutely nothing and somehow get millions of views for the nothing that they did. And then, I was talking to one of the 6th grade boys yesterday. And apparently, this is his first year in my school. I think his younger brother had been in the school for a few years. But he was going to a different school, and he just now transferred over to our school. And anyway, long story short, he said that the school he was in before had better behavior, which is surprising because my school I think is actually pretty good for the most part. But he said his school had better behaviors, and then he said, I think the problem is that the students at this school are all like watching and making TikToks. And I'm just like, damn. If one of the middle schoolers is blaming the problems this school has on TikTok, I feel like that's very telling. I spent hours on some edit and only got like 10 likes. But yeah, I don't even know how many likes mine get. I don't really pay attention to the likes. I just pay attention to the number of views, honestly. Usually I think they get like around 200 to 500 views on TikTok, which is like nothing compared to YouTube. YouTube has greater reach. Instagram has like no fucking reach. I'll put the same thing on Instagram and only get like 10 views maybe. Right, I'll go get my special spices now. I'm looking forward to it. I'll look for the other ingredients in the meantime. Did you find everything? Yep, as you can see. I dropped all the bottles I carried into the shopping cart. Worcestershire sauce, caramel sauce, Worcestershire sauce, cinnamon, cardamom, clove, and chutney. Oh yeah, is bay leaf basically the same thing as bay laurel? I thought you were planning to make curry. There's gonna be real curry. I saw some milk, consomme, and wheat flour in Mayuko's shopping cart. I used to be a popular creator on TikTok till I got banned. How did you get banned? After we bought all the necessary ingredients, we moved on to stocking up on miscellaneous goods. The store was located in the shopping district, which was only a few minutes on foot from the food store. Mayuko, however, drove us there in her car, going so far as to park in a paying spot, being the ever-diligent person that she was. We left our bags in the car and continued down a narrow street until we reached the long, wide road on a slope. It had decorative trees on both sides, though by now they had already shed most of their leaves. The boulevard curved further down the road, eventually disappearing beyond the buildings. I didn't even know bay leaves were literally laurels. It's called that in English, French, and I think Italian too. I read somewhere that it used to mask bad smells in old Europe, along with pepper and nutmeg. I can't help feeling a bit worried though. Oh, just leave everything to me. The ingredients might look odd at first sight, but this is my ultimate curry we're talking about. Well, if worst comes to worst, at least we'll still have milk. You're worrying way too much. I waved my hand at Mayuko. She gave me a sidelong look. People reported one of my videos which wasn't even bad. What was the content of this video? I suppose you're right. Mayuko touched her nose with the back of her index finger and smiled. Adding broccoli to curry though, well, that's not something I ever would have considered. I almost thought you changed your mind and decided to make stew instead. I mean, it's Christmas and all. Huh? What does Christmas have to do with stew? I mean, that's how it's traditionally been done as far as I'm aware. Even in commercials, you always hear that curry is for summer and stew is for winter. Ah, it's from the Pillow book, right? No, not even close. Anyway, I can't say I get that. I smelled something sweet and after looking around a bit, spotted some chocolate and maple syrup waffles in the store window of one of the shops. Most buildings around here gave home to various stores on their first floor, selling all kinds of items from food to toiletries and clothes. The wide road had no arches, letting the slanting rays of the sun reach us from the right. We've reached the shopping district. Any specific place you want to check out first? The bookstore. A present for Miss Sanai, I take it. Have you decided on the book yet? She keeps telling me about what she's reading, so I have a rough idea. Some of the books she likes have sequels, and none of them are in our library. I just posted a video of an opinion I had. An opinion on what topic? Sounds good. If we're looking for older books, then Mayuko took a few steps ahead of me. An advertisement sign with a female model in a black suit. Souvenir stores with all sorts of trinkets lined up. A cosmetic store under a brown roof. A clothing store with mannequins wearing both child and adult-sized clothes. A store selling cloth with flower and bird designs. Our heels clicked against the stone pavement as we continued through this never-ending sea of shops. Mayuko, yes? How about this? I pointed at the hairpin on one of the stands. Mayuko took a step back and considered the shop's sign. Oh, I recognize this place. It's a handmade accessory shop that's been gaining in popularity lately. Really? Is it for Kozue? Yeah, I mean, she's always like this, right? I use the pins to shift my front hair to the side. It suits you. You like seeing the forehead? Well, it doesn't really matter how it looks on me. I placed the hairpin back to where I took it from. I think this will look good on you. Try it. I'm okay. Hey, don't be like that. I just showed you my forehead, didn't I? Huh? What is going on here? After that, we tried a couple of other accessories. I picked out the one I thought would be the best for a present. Is something the matter? Mayuko, who had been walking a few steps ahead of me, turned around. The shopping district looks a little different compared to what I expected. What did you think it would look like? A bunch of bananas for 500 yen? 400 yen? 300 yen? Ah, I can't go any lower, but I can throw it in something extra. What do you say? I thwacked my thighs with my palms to imitate the sound of a stick thumping against the ground. Did you expect this to be like a traditional Mojiko banana market? I was hoping to see salesmen making passionate speeches as they introduced their merchandise and stuff. What age are you from? These days, you only see stuff like that as part of special shows given at tourist locations. We continued down the silent road, our heels clicking against the red and gray stone pavement, until we reached the building and it looked like a box made of concrete. I stared at it, wondering what it was. Eventually, I found a sign next to an enclosed space, which looked like the entrance. It's a gallery. There was a large and imposing steel door at the end of the enclosed space. It was painted completely black. You said you wanted something to decorate the lounge with? I pushed the door open and stepped inside with Mayuko trailing behind me. Our heels clicked against the hard parquet inside. Multiple easels stood in the middle of the room. The paintings on them were facing in different directions. I glanced around to see a window to the right of us and a counter to the left. A young spectacled man was sitting at said counter reading a book with a stern expression on his face. He didn't react to our arrival in the slightest. I also spotted some shelves and a table close to the window, their warm colors lending the place a certain countryside-esque feel. What do you think about this? I pointed at a painting depicting a river and a sky in some European-looking land. The color of the sky is certainly peculiar in this one. All sorts of colors have been blended to make it that way. A pale mix of purple and pink. The river was quite colorful too, with golden trees towering above it. Do you think it would look nice in our lounge? I'd say it's perfect for our building. We ascended the artistically distorted stairs, reminding me of a wisp of smoke, and reached the narrow corridor on the second floor. The stairs leading to the third floor had a keep out sign in front of them. A row of small palm-sized windows lined the wall on our right, their light illuminating the pictures on the left wall. I wonder if this light gets misaligned when the sun moves. Mariko took a few steps toward the row of windows. They're probably using mirrors or something. I inspected the paintings. Their frames were a lot simpler design compared to what we'd seen below. Most of them were similar to our candidate for the lounge, boasting a wide palette of unusual colors. So now that we're looking at art, I'm gonna tell you guys something cool. One of my students is really into art. They do art like every day. So I've drawn a lot of really cool looking anime characters from like Dragon Ball Z and other anime and stuff. And apparently they're going to try to draw me as an anime character. So if that ever gets done and they give it to me, I'll probably frame it. It sounds really cool. They're really good at art, as I said. If for some reason they give up on the project, it is what it is. If they can't give it to me for whatever reason, maybe I could take a picture of it at least, but it sounds dope. In the old school where I used to work, kids would like draw me stuff all the time, but in this school, nobody has really drawn anything for me yet. Which makes sense, because I'm still pretty new, whereas in my old school, I also worked with kindergarten in my old school, so, you know, kindergarten likes to draw a lot. And this school, they don't really have time to draw. In my old school, we had a lot more free time, and we could just tell the kids, oh, you're finished with your work? Draw a picture or something. Oh, you had a good week? We'll do some free time on Friday. You guys could draw or do whatever you want. But in this school, it's like, nope, no free time. Just learn. It's very strict. So it's very different. Its four leaves all had different colors. They look like normal windows to me, maybe a little on the thick side, but still. There are probably mirrors inside, but I can't see them. Mayuko returned. That's a beautiful one. I realized I had been staring at that oddly familiar thing. It looks a lot like a painting I drew in the past. Well, not using a clover as a motive was a particularly original idea. I'd already seen plenty of pictures like this. I tried searching my memories to figure out which picture this one resembled, but that abrupt feeling I had when I first saw it was already gone. Nonetheless, I felt certain it must have been something akin to nostalgia and loneliness. Don't you paint anymore? Well, perhaps it's a hobby I should pick back up. And how about we hang your picture in the lounge instead? After a few moments of admiring the clover painting, I answered her question with a curt okay. Then moved away from the picture. Realizing that Mayuko wasn't following me, I glanced over my shoulder and saw her still staring at the clover. It's pouring hard again? Bro, you still didn't tell me what you had an opinion on that got you banned. I want to know the topic. Maybe I should paint you. I'm gonna keep asking you until you answer. Sounds like a good idea. Maiko turned around and smiled at me. Are you really okay with it? As I saw her smile, that feeling I couldn't remember earlier passed through the back of my mind again. Could have sworn I saw a brief moment of my past pop up for a split second, like a camera flash. Maiko caught up to me and we continued to look around the gallery together. After checking all the works in the narrow corridor, we descended the stairs and found another room with pictures on the first floor. I spent the entire time trying to remember the image that flashed through my mind when Maiko smiled, yet no matter how hard I racked my brain, I simply couldn't recall it. The sudden change in temperature as I stepped outside sent a shiver down my back. Phew, it's cold out here. You okay, Maiko? I think I can still handle it, but we should probably start thinking about heading back. Maiko pointed at the mountain our sanatorium was on. Yeah. As we made our way back on a road that had grown ever more deserted after dark, I smelled some food somewhere in the vicinity. It was about time for late night restaurants to open. Can we go there for a bit? Are you okay with a simple family restaurant? We've already spent lots of money today. I suppose you're right. It's gonna make some people sensitive. Well, I'm not asking for your opinion on the topic. I just want to know what the topic was. So, for example, did you give an opinion about sports? Did you give an opinion about politics? Did you give an opinion about fashion? Did you give an opinion about, something else? I'm not looking for your opinion. I'm just looking for the topic. I spread out the menu on the table so Maiko could see it as well. I guess I'd like a standard meal. Oh, they have tempura chicken. That's a little unusual for a family restaurant. It wasn't that rare where I come from, though I never ate it much when I was little. Why? I liked deep fried chicken more than tempura because it had a stronger taste. Oh, or did you give an opinion about religion? That's another good example. But as I grew up, I started to appreciate the more mature taste of soy sauce that comes with tempura chicken. I guess that's what happens when you become an adult. I've never had tempura, and I think I want to try it. Back from sauna, that was a great one. Threw some wicked loyally and rolled in the snow to cool down. Wait, what? What's loyally? Should I look that up? Also, remind me, Jack, you live in Norway? Was that it? Or was that somebody else? Because I think you and Click Click both live in Europe. So now I'm forgetting if you both live in the same country or if you both lived in different countries. But let me look up Loyally. What's Loyally? Loyally is in Finland? Loyally? Loyally, Finland? What's this? Loyally, Helsinki? Modern seaside sauna with a stylish glass-walled restaurant. That looks very fancy. You're in Finland. Oh. So that means, yeah, Click Click is probably in Norway. So I do remember somebody mentioning Norway lately. Recently, I should say. What's it like in Finland? So I remember, I don't know how much of this is true, but I remember I was reading a book called Finnish Lessons 2.0, and it was talking about the Finnish education system. And I think one of the things that is said, because, obviously Finland performs very well in, like, math and reading based on, like, PISA exam scores. So, anyway, I was reading about Finnish education, and I think one thing they said that really intrigued me at the time was that Finland only hires its top 10% of performing students to become teachers. Now, I don't know if that's like the top 10% of people from high school who graduated high school, or the top 10% of people who graduated university. But it was very interesting because they're like, oh, we only take like the top 10% and let them become teachers. If their grades weren't up to par, they can't become a teacher, basically. And I was like, dude, other countries should do that as well. Because I know other countries, like, they'll let basically anyone become a teacher, even if their, like, uni grades were, like, absolute shit. They're like, oh, you got your degree? Your GPA was trash? Doesn't matter. You got your degree, we'll hire you. And I really do think that they should be a little bit more selective in their hiring process of educators. Like, for example, in the school where I work right now, they have these middle school teachers, and they're like, oh, out of the 4 middle school teachers, only one of them is pretty good at reading and teaching kids how to read. And it's like, what? Like, okay, sure, one of the other middle school teachers does math, one of them does science. So, you know, fair enough. They don't all have to be, like, extremely proficient in reading. But at the same time, they should be, right? Like, if you need their help for, like, an after-school program, or a summer school program, or a tutoring program, or something, you know, some sort of extra support, they should be able to have knowledge of reading and writing. That shouldn't be something that a teacher lacks. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird, man. I don't know if your experiences, if you know what I'm talking about with Finnish education, or your knowledge of Finnish education can confirm what I read, but I think that was an interesting thing that the book mentioned, if it's accurate. Your tongue is still that of a child if you can't eat green peppers, eggplant, and other vinegared dishes, though. Hey, I don't mind stuffed pepper. Also, what do you mean wrong link? What wrong link? Nani? Is that so? Did you decide on what you want? Yes. Excuse me, we'd like to order. Takako, there's a bell right there on the table. Maiko reached out toward it. My way is faster. Let me shift positions again. A waitress carrying water to another table spotted us. See? What will you be ordering? A standard meal of chicken tempura, please. What about you, Maiko? Seafood pasta, please. A standard meal of chicken tempura and seafood pasta. Drinks? 2 cups of hot coffee. You're fine with that, right? You know what? The freaking Thai place where I work, they have like a seafood pasta or seafood noodle dish as well, I think. Or some sort of seafood specialty. I didn't try it because I didn't know what it would contain, but maybe I should try it. Yes, understood. The waitress jotted down our orders on her memo, then stuffed it behind the strap on her apron as she continued to the counter. I checked the picture of seafood pasta they had in the menu. It came with manila clams, shrimps, and all sorts of other marine critters. I guess swapping meals is not something that those do, is it? Also, speaking of seafood, I was listening to Sea Dog VA talk in one of the Trash Taste podcasts. And he was talking about how he went to some sort of restaurant, I guess, recently. And it was one of those restaurants, I guess, where they kill the animal in front of you and cook it. And I think he tried shark, it sounded like. I was like half asleep while listening into the podcast, but I think it was like shark. And he was saying how they killed it in front of him and he felt bad for the shark or whatever seafood it was. And what he found really upsetting was that he said it didn't even taste good, the meal. He was like, man, they torturously murdered this animal for a meal that wasn't even satisfying. And then I remember them specifically saying that they also only kill the animal for the fin. I guess people just eat the fin. I don't know, it sounded pretty fucked up. Whatever he ate, I never ate. So TLDR, loyally, is when you throw water on the stove in sauna to create a wicked hot vapor to sweat hard. Oh. Why do people do that? So what's the benefit to sweating hard? Does it have like health benefits, or is it just like, does it reduce tension? Like, what's the goal of that? I've only been to a sauna once, and it was like when I went to Puerto Rico a long time ago. I was still young, really young, and I don't remember much about the sauna room specifically, but I did get a massage, and the girl who gave me a massage was kind of hot. And I remember her asking at the end. At the time, I was like in high school, and I used to work out a lot, so I was considerably developed. I had like broad shoulders, I had wings on my back, I had some biceps. I was pretty well developed. So anyway, I got my massage. She was feeling me up, you know, my muscle and all that. And then she asked me at the end of the massage, "How old are you?" And I told her my real age. Probably shouldn't have. If I would have said 18, I probably could have got some, but I told her my real age. So that was dumb. I half missed if you had a question about the teachers. I'm still a bit out of it after that sauna. I did have a question about education. It's probably good for circulation and stuff, just feels good. I gave like a whole rant. I could give it again though, I don't mind. Probably good for circulation, feels good. Oh man, I gotta try that then. Alright, so anyway, so I was saying that a few years back, I was reading a book called Finnish Lessons 2.0, and it was a book talking about Finnish education and how, like, you know, Finland does really well on PISA exam scores, which is an international test. They do really well in, like, reading and math. And one point that the book brought up that I found interesting was that it said Finland only hires the top 10% of students to become teachers. And I don't remember if they specified whether that top 10% is like high school students who scored really well or university students who did really well in university. But they were like, we're only taking our top 10% of students and allowing them to become teachers. So I wanted to know if like you knew anything about that, whether or not it's true. I thought it sounded really interesting because I know in other countries there will be people who get like really terrible scores in university and they still become teachers even if they don't know how to like teach reading or writing or could barely read themselves, and it's like it's pathetic, it's miserable. But I really liked hearing about Finland and how they really make an effort to take their best and allow their best to become teachers. You know what I mean? I like how they sort of gatekeep. I kind of respect it. Oh, that's pretty funny, Azure. Still here looking at the thumbnail. I don't know why it won't play. Have you been listening in the whole time, though? Can you at least hear my voice or no? Ask him if he could hear my voice, Azure. My sibling kicked my arm where I got the shot yesterday and hurt so badly. Your sibling's a bully. Also, how come you still haven't answered my question? I want to know what the topic of your opinion was. I don't want to know your opinion, but I want to know the topic. Maybe not for all subjects. No clue about something like PE, lol. I don't know if I would count PE as a subject, honestly. Did I ever get to ask you what you studied in uni? I'm assuming you're in uni or you've been to uni. Remind me if I've forgotten. Oh, so you also had it back in your hometown. You familiar with yaseuma? It's a sweet made from dango, isn't it? With soy flour topping and all that? Yeah. I haven't had that in ages. Didn't you get those a lot as snacks back in the kindergarten? Yeah. I remember this one time, I was in such a hurry I ended up inhaling the flour, I almost choked. English? I'm not telling you the topic. Azure, I don't like you keeping these secrets. English? You studied English in uni? Like, for your degree? Would you like me to make them sometime? That'd be great. By the way, what are you doing there? Maiko asked as I was peeking down into my paper bag. Just making sure we haven't forgotten anything. So, have we? It went through the contents of the... I went through the contents of the bag. No, I don't think so. I looked up at the nearby window. Oh, okay. So what are you doing with or what do you want to do if you're not doing anything yet? With your degree in English, like what's your career or what's your career goal? All right, put it on the table. All right, sounds like dinner is here. I want to hear about Jack's career though first, because then I'm gonna ask more questions because I'm really interested in learning more about Finland. I've always had a strong interest in Finland. And I definitely want to learn more about other countries in general. Sometimes we gotta keep secrets. You never give me privacy. Bro, don't make me pink crayons right now. Seeing the interior of the restaurant reflected in his glass. I never finished the degree though. Did the English courses for my master's, but then I needed to do a lot of other miscellaneous crap to complete the degree, and I lost interest and just got busy with work. Oh, damn. Okay, so you are working, so what do you do for work then? I almost had that problem where I was studying for a literacy degree, and apparently there was a biology course that I never completed, and I was very close to completing my literacy degree, and the biology courses where I was studying were like very expensive, and I was like, fuck, how am I gonna pull this off? And then I was lucky, I found a university that like had a really cheap, easy biology course that I could do at home, and they transferred my credits, and I was able to complete my degree. But I almost had the same problem as you, where there was like some miscellaneous crap, but I got it done. I think you should get your degree done one day if you can, because it sounds like you finished like the main part, the important part, so I doubt there's much left. Why not finish it off one day, if you have the opportunity? Especially if it's a master's. It sounds like you worked hard for that too. An old folk rock song, the same one I heard at the store earlier today, been playing on the radio. I'm hungry, I wonder how much longer it will take. It's going to be here in a moment, don't worry. I'm in game publishing, dude. What the heck? I didn't know you were that OP. Maybe one day when I retire. How long have you been working in game publishing? And what are some games that you've created, if you've finished any? I gotta check them out and play them. Thank you very much. Phew, that was great. I pushed open the family restaurant's door. The chicken super was pretty good after all. Yeah. The sauce in that souffle thing wasn't as strong as I expected, so I ended up eating the whole thing like a delicious soup. Leaving the foyer of the restaurant, we stepped out onto the streets. Alright, I'll be right back. I just did it out of interest at the time, and got a lot of free time again. About 10 years now? Dang, 10 years, dude. So you must have finished quite a few games. No 100% Orange Juice? I do know that game. I haven't played it, but I watched one of my friends stream it. I think a few of my friends have actually streamed it, and I watched them. I didn't watch for very long, though, because my friends tend to stream very fucking late at night, like right when I'm ready to go to sleep. But I know everyone spoke very well of the game. I think a few people were recommending that I buy it. I might have to buy it someday. So that's one of your titles. Dang, dude. You're one of the heavy hitters. What are some other ones? Alright, I'm gonna get ready to go eat my pasta. It's not gonna take me very long because, you know, I usually eat in like 3 minutes, 5 minutes. But yeah, my pasta's here. Gotta eat it while it's warm. It's our main title? Oh god, Klee again. Alright, tell me about some of your more niche titles. Sometimes niche titles tend to be some of the best ones, dude. Tell me about some of your niche titles, and also tell me what's the education university system like in Finland, in terms of expenses. Like, I know in America they like murder people. They like take your life away with the cost of tuition. So I'm wondering, is it like affordable in Finland? Is it free in Finland? Do you still have to take out loans in Finland? Like, how does all of that work? So you could tell me those two things while I go eat my dinner, and then I could come back to a lot of fun reading. Oh god, Click again. Welcome back, Click. I'm gonna go eat dinner real quick. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Right now, Jack is telling me about Finland, which is fucking awesome. I'm gonna have to interview you more soon about Norway as well, Click. I want to keep learning about the world. I'm gonna put up a BRB in like 10 minutes. Sign. Education is basically free. Yeah, I had a feeling that you would say that. Dang. So I didn't have any pressure about the uni. Dang, dude. That's fucking awesome. Mamiya is a pretty cool and secretly popular recent niche type. Okay. Is that like digital only? Do you guys do any like physical games or only digital? All right, I'll be right back. Let me go eat, and then we'll come back to all this interesting conversation because I'm learning a lot here. Alrighty, I'm back. I have returned. Dude, I freaking almost choked on the freaking mozzarella cheese. Because, I don't know why, it was like really chewy. I could barely like cut through it with my teeth. It was crazy. Alright, let me take off the BRB. So I have to look up Mamiya. That's the first thing I need to do. Some physical, but not a lot. A few of our games got limited physical editions. Did they get limited physical editions through limited run games or something? Because I know limited run games will like produce some things, but not everything. Mamiya game. I'm gonna check that out. Mamiya on Steam. Oh, this actually looks pretty cool. The art looks good. Also looks kind of crazy, kind of violent. It's a dark visual novel in which a group of young men struggle against existential dread before the end of the world. Okay, only seems to be digital. Psychological horror, Jesus. You know, somebody wanted me to play a game of this category. So, you guys know I do a lot of Yuri streams, obviously, like Seabed and Heart of the Woods and Blackberry Honey and whatever else. So, anyway, somebody came to one of my Yuri videos and they were like, hey, I'm a game developer or game author, creator, and they asked if I could play their Yuri visual novel, and they wanted me to buy it off some site called, I don't know what it was called, Stitch maybe? Some other shit? I don't know what it was called. Apparently my friend heard of the website. He said it was like kinda legit, but not really. Like they don't check the games for like you know, viruses or bugs or anything. They just sorta let games be posted and sold there. So I was like, I don't know, I've never used this website before. If it was on Steam, then maybe. But that game was also like a Yuri psychological horror. And I'm like, I don't know if I want psychological horror in my Yuri. Like, I don't think I mind psychological horror, but I don't want it in my Yuri, you know what I mean? Not usual. I mean, what the hell? Alright, but this is different. This is not supposed to be romance, I don't think, anyway, so... Let me see. So this is a $20 game at the moment. I gotta look up. What else can I learn? So does this mean you said? Hold up. Let me read what you said again. I forgot if you said if you're the developer or the publisher. Because for some reason, I always forget the difference between a developer and a publisher. Even though I should not forget that, but I'm dumb. How's your day, Jack? So you're a game publisher. So that means you're Fruit Bat Factory? Let me see if I could click on Fruit Bat Factory and see what I get. So we got 100% orange juice, something called Acceleration of Suguri 2. The Princess, the Stray Cat. Yeah, that one looks interesting. Alright, I'm interested. Let me click on Excel. I'm gonna spy on you for a bit, alright? If you don't mind me pausing Seabed, because I gotta know what's going on here. I gotta see if there's other games that I want to play. Acceleration Scary 2 is a lightning-paced dual-style shoot-'em-up from Orange Juice, featuring all favorite characters from the Suguri universe. Ooh. Okay. It seems like you got like different genres going on here. You definitely, I don't think, just staying with one genre. Although there do seem to be quite a bit of visual novels, I guess, for the most part. This one seems interesting. The Princess, the Stray Cat, and the Matters of the Heart. Especially the blonde girl, because she's got big opie and she's blonde. Both of which I like. I like blondes and I like big opie. You know what? I might play this. It's also 20 bucks. Might play this. And it has comedy. I like comedy. Okay, let me ask you about this one, because you know, you're the publisher, so I may as well ask you, right? So it says that in The Princess, the Stray Cat, and the Matters of the Heart, there's romance. Does that mean there's Yuri? Because all I see is girls. I don't see any guys. Oh wait, Koki Ida? That might be a guy. Is this Yuri though? Because if this is Yuri, I'm going in on this like immediately after I finish Seabed. This looks really good. Bro, I gotta... Oh, wait, there is a guy. I see the blonde girl holding his arm. I mean, it's still fun either way, but if it's the girls, like, with the girls, that'd be even better. But it looks like they like the guys. I see her kissing a guy. And I think I see another girl sitting on his lap. Okay, so there's definitely a guy. Damn, get the guy out of there. Let the girls kiss the girls. Alright, that's interesting, though. I'm definitely... I don't know... What should I do? Should I favorite the tab or something? Or should I screenshot it or something? Shit. Alright, because I gotta go back page and keep scrolling here. You made Seabed? You didn't tell us all along? You were trying to keep secrets? 7 days? What's 7 days? Is 7 days hot? 7 days looks kind of hot too. Visual novel. Cute mystery. 40 bucks. And the first thing it says is inside her. But then it says dwell 6 souls. I was satisfied with the inside her part. It had me at inside her. 7 days? Okay. Sora. It's also from Orange Juice. War of the Human Tanks. Enigma. Magical Eyes. Dungeon Girl. Dungeon Girl? What's this about? 99 Spirits. Enigma. Is Enigma? Enigma seems interesting. But that's the demo that I'm looking at. Is there a... Yeah, here's the finished one. Here's the actual game. It's an indie visual novel. Indie. Finds himself washed onto a lonely island. Tour of the island by the girl who nursed him back to health. That sounds interesting. The forest devours people? That sounds interesting. Same as the disease consuming his body. Huh. Alright. Alright. I might look into this one. I think right now Enigma and the one with the stray princess or whatever are my top 2. Intrigue from Fruit Bat Factory here. Busted! Didn't make it though, just localized. 7 days, also not Yuri, but quite good. Sora is almost... Wait, Sori's almost Yuri? Chusotsu is Yuri Align? It's not really Yuri, but it's all girls and has some stuff going on. Wait, I think this is really good. Our first VN really... Yeah, Enigma does seem really good. But now I gotta go back to one of those other titles and see. Holy crap, dude. Why didn't you tell me all about this sooner? Jack, why have you been holding out on me, bro? If you know I'm a gamer, you're supposed to give me the gamer recommendations, even if they are biased since they're your company. It's okay, I'll take your biased recommendations. Remember, bro, I literally own over like 500 games, most of them physical, pretty much all of them physical. This is the stuff I need to know. I'm pro gamer, bro. I have almost every console. PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4, PS5, PSP, PS Vita, Switch, Wii, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, 360, Xbox. When it comes to gaming, you gotta tell me about all this stuff, man. Okay, so Chusotsu. I feel like there's a lot of Chusotsu. Hold up. Is this specific Chusotsu? Oh, Chusotsu? Wait, because I see one that says Chusotsu First Graduation, but that looks like it might be a sequel. And you said Sora, right? Is almost Yuri? From Orange Juice, but it's a shoot 'em up, so that seems different. Oh, I can't imagine the Yuri being that strong in a shoot 'em up. I could be wrong. Chusotsu First Graduation. Chusotsu 1.5 Graduation? That's so confusing. Oh, these are the new releases specifically? I don't want the new releases. I want to see everything. I feel like they gave me a better viewing page before, like Steam. And now whatever viewing page they're giving me seems more difficult to navigate. Why is Steam being weird all of a sudden? Chusotsu First Graduation is the VN, and Chusotsu 1.5 Graduation is Fandis, and a hard one? It's not? Wait, okay, so what's all this? On your page on Steam, the Fruit Factory page, there's like a whole banner with like those little puppets. And they're walking around in the forest or something. Is that part of your brand, or is it just something that you're using? Because I've seen a lot of those puppets lately. Like, I think Kos and other people have had those puppets. Oh yeah, you made a video with these puppets too, right? Popo. I've been seeing a lot of these puppets, and I don't know where they're from. I'm very interested in where they're from. Tell me more about these puppets. Also, the orange juice characters are hot. I'm looking at the blonde one right now with the braided twin tails. And she's fucking hot, dude. Alright, hold on. Chusotsu First Graduation. Okay. So this is what I'm supposed to look at. Philosophical, dystopian, emotional visual novel. It's a fun, colorful story of three girls brought by their individual circumstances to live under the same roof. So the three girls living under the same roof. One of them kind of looks like Sagiri from Aromanga Sensei, but a little bit older. She looks a lot like Sagiri, actually. Like, the more I'm watching this, like, trailer. And then the red hair one kind of looks like someone too, but it's harder to put my finger on who exactly. Alright, this intrigues me. I'm just gonna leave this tab open now. Sora's the hard one. Yeah, like always, like those bullet hell like shooter games are like difficult. I'm not really good at them. I just made that with stop motion this fall. 100% orange juice plushies. Yeah, I hear that. Oh, they're plushies from 100% orange juice. I hear that a lot. Oh, does she looks like Sagiri? I mean, even the outfit though. If it was just like the face and the hair, then that's like one comparison. But even down to the outfit looks similar too. Like the pink outfit. It's gotten even colder. Who's responsible for the art of Chusotsu? Because I'm pretty sure they're a big Aromanga Sensei fan, if Aromanga Sensei came out first. If not, then it's possible that the Aromanga creator is a big fan of Chusotsu, but there's something going on there. Somebody is a fan of somebody. I suppose I'm a bit cold too. Let's just hurry home. Yeah. I've shoved my right hand into my pocket. Want to stick your hands in here too? I pointed at it with my left. That's a pretty embarrassing position. She made a troubled smile. All that means is that we've got to hurry. We continue down the road, our heels kicking against the stone pavement. It's possible the game has a lot of references too. Really? Okay, so that means they're Arrow manga fan then, for sure, hands down. Bro, I gotta meet the creator of this game. As somebody who may or may not have a Sagiri poster, I gotta meet the creator of this game. A light suddenly lit up further into the shopping district. It then began to spread toward us like a wave, lighting up the whole area and making me almost believe it was the middle of the day. Okay, this art looks cute, bro. Them on their date. This is, hold on, I'm gonna screenshot this. These are the things that, these types of art images are the ones that I could use as like possible thumbnails in the future. Because I never know what to use as a freaking thumbnail. Whenever I'm about to launch stream. I'm gonna keep the sub thing up there. Alright, we're good. Alright, how do I gotta put back my this. Alright, there we go. Electronic lights were attached between the two. So out of all these games of yours, which ones are the ones that have physical copies? Because usually I like to buy physical. I don't mind buying digital if I have to, but I like to buy physical. And then I have like bookshelves, and I'll line up the games on the bookshelf. And GameStop kind of inspired me. Like, I don't know if GameStops do this everywhere. I'm assuming they do, and I don't know how often you've gone to GameStop if you have one near you. But in GameStop, they line up their games in alphabetical order. So if you're a customer and you know what you're looking for, it's very easy to find what you're looking for as long as you know your ABCs. So that kind of inspired me to do the same thing at home. So I have my games all like neatly organized, and I have them like the games that I finished in ABC order, like on one bookshelf, and then on a separate bookshelf I have like the games that I need to finish alphabetized. I like seeing games lined up. I don't know. I'm a collector. Electronic lights were attached between the two opposing trees of the boulevard, resembling a golden roof above us. It's pretty. It certainly is. It might look even more amazing from above. I think you should be able to see them from the sanatorium. Really? Do you think Sanai and Kozue saw it? I'm sure they were watching. Simple but effective. Super effective, bro. It makes it very easy too when like people come to my house and I need to find like certain games that are multiplayer, or if people wanna see if I have a specific game, then it's like, bro, it's alphabetized. Let's take a quick peek. It had grown quite warm inside the car as it steadily ascended the hill. I heard a voice and slowly opened my eyes. Are you listening? Yeah, I was just resting my eyes. I hope she likes the present. Yeah. I imagine you'll be quite busy tomorrow. I'll let you know once you can use the kitchen. Yeah. Are you listening? Yeah, I'll take the seaweed rice ball. Excuse me? I think you're the second developer I've met, Jack. I don't know. I probably met more. But the other one that comes to mind is my friend Gaudium David. It was his birthday recently. I wished him a happy birthday, but I don't know if you play mobile games, but he created 3 of them. I think 2 of them, their servers are down already, Armor Blitz, and I forgot what the other one was called. But right now their new game is called Grimlight. And it had like a subtitle. I don't remember the subtitle, but I'll look it up for you. The art is very pretty in Grimlight. I'm sure one of my friends helped do some of the art for it, because I used to sub for an artist, not sub, I used to mod for an artist called Tenmuki on Twitch. She was the first person to make me a mod, and she's like a phenomenal artist, and she actually dates David. So she's done the art for some of his games, and then like different artists have contributed as well. It's called Grimlight: A Tale of Dreams. It's on Google Play. Whenever he tells me he has a new game coming out, I usually do promotions in chat. You're sleeping, aren't you? Yeah. How do you feel about like game publishing? Is it fun? Is it challenging? And is it the type of job where you only work at the job, or is it the type of job where sometimes you have to take home work, like take work home with you? My knife slipped and instead of peeling the potato, almost ended up slicing off my fingers. Give that to me. My potatoes got taken away. Maiko pressed the kitchen knife against the potato and using only her thumb guided the blade to swiftly peel the skin off the thing. She picked up the peeled potato with the tip of the knife and tossed it into the bowl. I think I got it. I picked up another potato, pressed the blade against it, and using only my thumb... Yes, just like that. Whoa. That's a lot of questions at once. Yeah, I think it was like 3 questions. I feel like the first 2 were related. And then the third one was a little different, but probably not hard to answer. It's fun and it's challenging, and I'm married to it. It's not like I take work home. I work from home. Oh, you work from home? Did you always work from home, or is that something that started during the pandemic and just sort of continued? I know one of my friends, I think, started working from home during the pandemic and then just continued working from home. Like, they just never went back. Since I'm an educator, I kinda had to go back. And I kinda like going back anyway, because it gives me an opportunity to exercise by, like, walking to work and walking home, and get to see everyone in person, which creates more, like, meaningful, like, wholesome moments. So... was convenient for the pandemic at least, so it's not convenient so much anymore. I placed the potato on the chopping board and sliced it into a rectangle. Being unable to go to Japan for 2 years was... Wait, you have to go to Japan as part of your work? It became half its previous size, but at least my fingers were safe. I mean, Japan, bro, doesn't... Like, they're now letting people in. But I also heard that now, like... a lot of people in Japan are getting sick after they started letting foreigners in, so... I don't know if they're gonna blame the foreigners, I don't know if they're gonna try closing the borders again, I don't know what's gonna happen. But I heard that there's one city in Japan, it's a very pretty city, it seemed like it had a lot of historical significance, I forgot what it's called. But apparently that entire city was going bankrupt, because tourism was such a huge and central part of its economy, basically, and without it they just kind of were sinking. I wouldn't say have to, it's the best part of the job. Ooh, nice. Wait, so what's my next question? Because I had other questions and I was trying to not swamp you all at once. Damn. It's not like we're short on potatoes or anything. You don't cook much, do you? Kyoto? Yeah, I think that's the city. They were saying, bro, that whole city is, like, bankrupt now. And I'm like, damn, it looks pretty. It looks like they got, like, castles and stuff over there, if I remember correctly. My friend and I wanted to go to Japan. He especially wanted to go, like, when they were supposed to have the Olympics. But, you know, because of the pandemic, we didn't get to go. And now I need to figure out when we can go, if I'll be able to go, because, like, my, you know, the economy isn't great right now, so financial stuff is hard, and I've also been getting motion sickness again. I don't think this would apply to planes, because I usually only get motion sickness in cars and not in, like, trains or planes, but I've been a little bit more concerned with my motion sickness, because that went away. I had it as a kid, it went away, and now it came back. I think I told you guys this before. I can't stay awake. I don't know if you're telling me that you're gonna go to sleep, but if that's what you're telling me, Click, then sleep well. I'll see you again in an hour. Yeah, it's a very traditional town. Lots of buildings, temples. Yeah, that's kind of like something I would like to experience. Something traditional in Japan. As opposed to like I wouldn't mind the modern stuff as well. Like going to Tokyo, going to Akiba, obviously, Shibuya. But Kyoto, it sounds very charming. A few times using a curry sauce mix. This is my first time cooking with spice powder though. Your first time? Wait, so I was asking you... So I asked you how you like your job. Oh yeah, I remember the question I wanted to ask you now. I wanted to ask, what are like the qualifications for your job? Like, what skills did you need, if any? Because, you know, you were working on an English degree, and then you ended up in game publishing, even though it doesn't sound like you were studying anything related to like gaming or software or computers. So, like, how did all of that come to be? No, I'm trying, but I can't. That happens to you a lot, Click. Did you ever talk to a doctor about this? I think you should talk to a doctor about this. I don't know, it could be a lot of things. It could be like insomnia, it could be maybe, I don't know if you have sleep apnea, but that's like a thing. It could be a lot of different things, man. And that's not healthy. You gotta make sure you get enough rest. I mean, we love having you here, though, but I don't want you to be here and suffering at the same time. One of my friends found out, he went to a doctor, he found out he had sleep apnea, which is like, you kind of wake up a lot because you have trouble breathing, I think, basically. So they ended up giving him a machine, I think it's called a CPAP machine, and it helps him to breathe at night so that he could sleep throughout the night, and it helped him a lot. And then insomnia, I'm not 100% sure how insomnia works, but I know sometimes it could be related to anxiety. So if it's related to anxiety, then that's when you probably need like therapy, psychiatry, stuff like that. No, I just sleep a lot. Like I slept to 14. Oh, damn. That's what. Why do you sleep so much? Is that also a medical condition? Because I know there was a Twitch streamer, a VTuber girl. She lives in Norway, I think, which is where you live. So she lives in Norway with you. And she had a medical condition where some days she would sleep like as much as 20 hours. And she would just constantly feel sleepy. I forgot what the medical condition was caused, but it was basically like a medical condition where you always have like low energy. No, sleep is good. So you're just a sleep addict? Doesn't that make you feel like miserable though? Like, I don't know, because there's some days where I sleep too much, and then instead of feeling more well rested, it makes me feel more tired. Like, I feel like if you overdose on sleeping, then that also reduces your energy instead of replenishing your energy. Like, I think the most I could do is like 10 hours, and that's reasonable. Like, you know, I want to do at least 8, and if I do 10, that's like the most I could do. If I go over 10 hours, like 11, 12, that's when I think I wake up feeling like drowsy, and it sucks. Well, it's related? Oh, is it related because, like, you translate the games? Like, you translate them from Japanese into English? Wait, but then that would mean that you have to know Japanese. Do you know Japanese? Ancient history, but I got involved in fan translation projects at the time to put my English skills to use. But that would still have to mean that you know Japanese. You know Japanese, dude? I'm trying to learn Japanese right now. So, I got a book called Genki, which I'm sure you've heard of because everybody talks about Genki. And then I bought a couple of children's stories, like picture books for kids that are in Japanese, that way I could try to practice with those as well. But I gotta find time. Like, I told myself that I would be able to do it during my lunch breaks at work, but my job is so hectic and frantic that I don't even know if I could like settle down during most of my lunch breaks. I was usually an editor. That's what I want to be. I want to be an editor because like I already know English and I have an entire degree in literacy. So I don't know. If you ever know anybody that needs to hire an editor, let me know. Just in case I jump ship from education to editing. Or if you have tips on how to break into the editing industry, let me know, because that's always been like a consideration of mine. I've studied Japanese, including Genki, during COVID. Got a little better. That's what I should have done during COVID. Like, I have so many regrets about how I spent my time in COVID. Like, I had a lot of fun during COVID. And, you know, I wasn't depressed, so that's good. And I did, like, you know, I experimented a lot with, obviously, Twitch streaming and doing this whole social media thing, becoming a VTuber. And I was learning all of that stuff for the first time, because I had never watched live streams before the pandemic. So I learned all about this type of stuff within the past 2 years. And, you know, I was just meeting people in their communities, and I spent a lot of time on Twitch and Discord during the pandemic, basically. And I also finished my university stuff online during the pandemic. And I also worked online during the pandemic as a tutor, and I got paid for that. So technically, I wasn't like wasting my time during the pandemic, but I'm like, damn, I could have done other things as well, you know? I could have learned Japanese, or I could have committed myself more to studying art. I kind of tried to experiment with learning art a little bit, but not enough to get good at it. Don't get your pants eaten a bunch, okay? I've written down the recipe. I checked the little paper hanging on one of the cookware hooks on the wall. Add salad oil and some butter, then warm the pot. Add shredded onions to fill the entire pot. The oil vapor began hurting my eyes as I squinted into the pot, stirring it up with a rice scoop. I pulled the cord to turn the ventilator on. It's going to be quite a bit of work to prepare a serving for 4. Is there anything I can help with? I'm good. I think it'd be better if you took care of that instead. I pointed toward the inner yard. You may be right. I'm leaving this to you then. It's starting to smell nice. I heard Mayuko leave the kitchen. Stir, stir. Stir, 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 stir. I checked the clock on the wall to the left. Do you have any tips to fall asleep faster? I mean, chamomile tea is supposed to help people relax. Usually I fall asleep fast because my freaking work day is so tiring that the minute I put my head on a pillow, I fall asleep. So if you want to fall asleep fast, become a teacher, because your job will kill you. Other than that, I don't know. I'll be perfectly honest with you. If I'm having trouble falling asleep, and I need to fall asleep, what I usually do is I'll just conjure up some dirty thoughts. You know what I mean? Like that's the best way to fall asleep. Fall asleep while having dirty thoughts. I don't know if Jack could back me up on this, but that's the way to go. Aside from the clock, there were various cooking utensils, frying pans, and ladles hung on the wall. Bottles of salt and sugar rested on the shelf in front of me, as well as the can of cinnamon and a bag of cardamom I bought yesterday. There was a window below the shelf through which I could see a part of the inner yard. Stir, stir. I stopped stirring in the same direction and tried flipping the onions over. A wisp of smoke escaped from the bottom of the pot, making me cough. I hurriedly lowered the intensity of the flame. The onions on the bottom all looked pretty brown. Once the onions release water and settle on the bottom of the pot, add water, curry powder, and seasonings, then simmer. Mayuko returned to the kitchen by the time my dish turned into curry vegetable soup. It smells good, because I made everything myself, starting with the powder. It definitely smells more like the real deal compared to the store-bought sauce mix. As I scooped up a bit of it with my rice scoop, I saw it drip down like soup. I might have made it a bit too thin. I need a sound to fall asleep. If not, I just can't. Oh, dude, what do you already listen to? Have you tried like the sound of falling rain? Or even like listen to a podcast. Fall asleep while listening to a podcast. Podcasts are probably good too. I usually go to sleep pretty well, luckily. If stress is giving me trouble, then alcohol works the best. What are your favorite things to drink, Jack? I don't know if you heard, but last month I got a 3-pack of sake, and I still have it. I only drank a little bit so far. It has Sayuri Nagori sake in it. It's got some sort of draft sake, and it has Junmai Ginjo. So it has those 3 sakes. Sayuri I had during the summer, during a barbecue. My friend bought it. So that one I already know is pretty good. And then I opened up the Junmai Ginjo. That one, so far, so good. I still have to sit down with all 3 of them and try all 3 of them in one sitting to sort of compare them. That's what I want to do. I might do that tonight, who knows. Yeah, I think I could do that tonight. That would be good. Yeah, I'm probably going to do that later tonight. I don't know if you guys want me to do it on stream. That way I could tell you what I think of each one, if you guys are interested in hearing. But, I could drink the sake during stream. Just don't let YouTube know. I've been collecting Japanese whiskey on my trips. But usually, I just drink some cider. Oh, okay. I haven't tried whiskey or cider. How's Japanese whiskey? Is that something I should look into? Maybe it just needs more time to simmer. I made the flame a bit stronger. By the way, what are you doing there? You know what's interesting? So, I don't know if you're aware of this, but apparently, you could make extracts, like almond extract, let's say lemon extract, whatever extract you want to make, really, using a mix of vegetable glycerin and vodka. I tried that one time, but then I forgot that I had combined all the ingredients. I think I used hazelnuts too. I think I was trying to make like a hazelnut extract or something, and a lemon extract. But anyway, I got the glycerin and I got the vodka and I created the extract, but then I forgot that I had the extract, and I'm not sure if it's good anymore. But apparently, using vodka, you can make extracts. Just a fun tip for fans of baking and alcohol. You think the whiskey sucks? Aw, damn. Okay, good to know. I had a similar experience to your sake one. Dude, I still gotta find that Nagori sake that I told you guys about from San Francisco. The Nagori, I need to relive that experience. Until I had 15-year-old Yamazaki in Japan on my first trip and I realized it's just American whiskey that sucks. Like I keep saying it sucks, but you collect it. Wait, why do you collect it if it sucks, though? I'm going to Japan soon with my mom and sister. Have any tips on where in Japan to go? I mean, I've never been to Japan myself, but the top 2 places that I would like to go if I'm in Japan, maybe top 3. Well, actually, there's a lot of places, honestly. So, obviously Akiba, because that's like the big anime center of Japan now. Shibuya, also really cool. It has that building that's like very famous. I forgot what it's called. I know in The World Ends With You they call it 10-4, but that's not the real name in real life. I think in real life it's called 10-9 or 109. I could be wrong, but that's what a Google search is giving me. Why is Shibuya 109 famous? And it has a lot of ladies' fashion stores, so that might be good for your mom and your sister to visit Shibuya 109, because it has a lot of clothes stores for women that are famous. So tell them that, Shibuya 109. I also want to go to Kyoto, which Jack and I were talking about, because it has like castles and it's very traditional. And obviously Okinawa, because of all the beaches and stuff. I think there's a city in Okinawa called Naha, which might also be fun to visit. But those are like the top 4. What kind of trip do you have in mind? Duration, themes, general area? I didn't say that. For Japan? Harajuku's also great for clothes shopping. Yeah, Harajuku's actually one of the places that I forgot. But yeah, that's another place that I want to visit. I think that's one of the places that, who is it? KPP maybe? Kari Pamu Pamu sung about? Because I know one of my friends was like simping her song, Harajuku Izahoy. It's like bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum bum. That song. I thought whiskey sucks inside Japanese whiskey and realized it's just American whiskey that sucks. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. Alright, that's fair. Alright, I gotta try Japanese whiskey then. Tokyo area a month or something and just to visit an anime for me? Bro. If you go to Japan, send pictures of your trip in the Discord. Obviously, you don't have to send pictures of like you or your family, but just send pictures of like the scenery and like things you saw. Maybe pictures of like the food you ate, and stuff like that. It would be cool for us to see. I would like to see it. I'd have fun with that. Sweet, a month is a nice duration for a visit. For real, it is, bro. Dad, bro, what's going on here, daughter? Mario took a bowl from one of the shelves and added flour, salt, and some water into it. Udon? I'm not going to turn this into udon curry. It won't be udon. Oh, that's right. Remember how there was a couple of huge shopping bags walking ahead of us back at the shopping district? Apart from Akiba, Nakano Broadway is a good day trip. That also, it's the second biggest anime merchandise hub with some nice restaurant streets around it. That also sounds like something I've heard about before. Let me look it up again to see if there's anything. I don't know why it's ringing a bell. I feel like that was probably in a video game too. I think this is a... I feel like this is in a few video games. I could be wrong. But it kind of looks like a location in the Yakuza games. And it kind of looks like a location in The World Ends With You. I'm gonna see if it's in any of those games real quick. Miharu Nakano is the clerk for Shepherd House 1 on Center Street in World Ends With You. Okay, is it in Yakuza? Oh no, you know what? I think it might be in the Digimon games in Cyber Sleuth. Yeah. So Nakano Broadway is in the Digimon Cyber Sleuth games. I played both of them. I think I was trying to get a platinum trophy in Hacker's Memories. I don't know if you guys play Digimon. Do you, by any chance? I'm bored, Dad. Are you calling me boring? You can probably do some day trip to a nice onsen town near Tokyo too, like Hakone. Okay, that's another place that I've heard of. And I think it was also in a video game. Dude, that's what I really need. I really want to go to an onsen town. I feel like that'll be good for my health. Because, you know, I get the back pains, which I'm doing stretches for. But an onsen might help too. I can't believe you're bored when literally, like, Jack, Click, and I are, like, having the time of our lives talking about gaming and freaking Japan. Like, I know I'm having a lot of fun shit. And using a train most of the way, so we'll be in some other places. I mean, yeah, Japan really big on, like, getting around by trains. I think that's, like, the most feasible way to do it. And for practical trips, get a Suica card at the airport. That's what I keep telling my friend. So I don't know if you're aware of Daitis, but Daitis posted a YouTube video, and he was talking about the Suica card. And apparently, it's very convenient because you could use it for a train, but you could also use it for, like, some vending machines and other things. So, for example, he went to, like, this vending machine. I think it had tea and other stuff. Like, he got some Detective Conan merch. And I was showing my friend because my friend likes Detective Conan. So, yeah, I'm familiar with the Suica card, dude. I'm familiar with that. I haven't, thanks. You can get a data SIM card for an unlocked phone at big electronic stores like Big Camera or Yodobashi. I think Yodobashi was also in Digimon, but I'm not sure. I'm not gonna look it up. I'm in your stream and Sushi's stream. No wonder you've been quiet. Damn, spending all your time with Sushi now. I see how it is. Much better option for internet than those mobile hotspot devices they market to tourists. Yeah, you can use it almost everywhere, including convenience stores. Dang, dude. It's like a debit card that just works for everything then. When I tried to get past them, I hit my head against a sign. Look, I remember now. I brushed aside the hair from my forehead to show my ankle my lump. Looks like it's swollen up a little. That's why I keep saying it's rude to take the entire sidewalk for yourselves. You could have said excuse me and had them open some space. I'd probably hurt the guy's feelings if I made him look like a fool in front of his girlfriend. You're actually considerate when it comes to that. But I see bicycles ring their bells all the time. I wonder if I should be carrying a bell too. She's a fake fan? Bro. For real, bro. She a fake fan. Sushi told me to say hi for him. Tell Sushi I blow him a kiss. It's not that hard. That might be a good idea. But don't you think it would result in an even more embarrassing situation? Then what am I supposed to do? Maybe you don't need to get past them and just stay behind. I heard a bubbling sound and glanced at the pot. I licked a bit off my dish off the side of the ladle. You know what? I'm gonna look up real quick. Because now Jack got me interested. I'm gonna look up those orange juice plushies. I feel like the freaking emote that we have in our Discord reminds me of the plushies too. I don't think it's one of them though. I could be wrong. Wait, where do you get the plushies? Wait, what? You said they were from the game, right? The 100% orange juice, or am I wrong? I'm having trouble finding them. Damn. Am I just dumb? Fruitiest orange juice plushies wave 3 Kickstarter. Is it Kickstarter? Plushies are back with 4 of the most highly anticipated new characters. Created by Fruit Bat Factory. 687 backers. Ba-bum. Okay. So I guess your Kickstarter is one way to get them. Interesting. I'm gonna leave that tab open too. Alright, I missed the obvious since I usually lodge at Ikebukuro. Okay, Ikebukuro is another spot that I'm very familiar with. Because that's the spot from freaking Durarara. Have you watched Durarara? It's one of the biggest anime hubs too. More ladies oriented, but lots of anime stores. When you say ladies oriented, are you secretly hinting that it has a lot of yaoi? Sushi says he blows a kiss to you back, GU. Yeah, we got a physical store for them when KS is. Wait, what? What's KS? Oh, Kickstarter? There's a physical store? Where? Not where I live. I haven't seen enough of Japan. It's so pretty. Maiko stopped kneading the dough. Can I see? She took the ladle and had a taste of the curry. It's burned. What do I do? Maiko scooped up a bit of each ingredient from the pot, testing their taste. Kickstarter. Oh, Kickstarter. I knew that. Why did I ask that? I'm dumb. Wait, but where's this physical store? I mean, physical goods store on our homepage? Bro, where's the homepage? Is there a link to the homepage on the Kickstarter? I can find the homepage. I just gotta Google the publishing company, right? I got this. When deciding lodgings, Probably more important to find something near a Yamanote line stop than where it's actually located. What does the Yamanote line go to, like, everywhere? Beware places that are near random stations that actually doesn't connect anywhere useful. Why? Is that where they have the Groper trains? Bro, tell me more about the Groper trains. What do you know about the Groper trains? I'm not saying that I think it's a kinky. I'm not saying, I want to know if it's real and to what extent is it real. Yamanote line is the biggest circle line. It goes everywhere. Damn. I have heard the name a lot, so that makes sense. I glanced at the clock. It was 3 p.m. Jack is smart, bro. He knows everything in life that I want to know. He knows all about Japan. He knows all about game publishing. Dang. I don't know anything about those. Jack, are you holding out? Bruh. But it's pretty annoying if you have to switch lines 3 times to get anywhere. Yeah, I heard that some of the transfers can be kind of difficult, but I'm not sure why. What makes the transfers so challenging? Because I know that the Japanese trains are usually all on time, so I figured they would make it so that a lot of the schedules were also aligned. I don't know. I figure it wouldn't be too inefficient. After dusting off and carrying the table and chairs from the storeroom, we covered the table with 2 tablecloths. One was gray and had an intricate design at its edges, while the other was of a reddish color and sported a flower pattern. I was changing lights when I heard Mayuko walking down the corridor. It looks better than I thought. What about the food? I managed to save it. Oh, I knew you could do it, Mayuko. Thank goodness. You owe me. Of course, just say the word. I'll do whatever you want as thanks. I'll try to think of something then. It's just extra hassle and running. Bro. Man, that gets me thinking, man. When was the last time I actually ran? Like, I walk a lot, but I don't run a lot. I mean, shit. Let me think. I mean, occasionally, I remember, okay, during the spring, I was running to chase a bus. And then I was impressed because I wasn't, like, really out of breath. Even though I hadn't sprinted in such a long time because of the pandemic. But I was still in pretty good, I thought I was in pretty good shape. I also had, like, a bad leg that day. My leg was, like, I had a limp earlier that day. But then I was able to run for the bus. So I was like, oh, okay. Maybe I'm surviving. Maybe I'm hanging in there. The stations can be super crowded and the switches can be tight. That makes sense. After finishing, I climbed down the stand only to have Mayuko suddenly run her hand through my hair. You're all covered in dust. Are you planning to participate in the party looking like this? I'll go take a bath once I'm done with this. I showed her the garland made of colored paper. Now, I'm not saying your line runs like every 5 minutes, but if you use other connections, they may be lines that go like every 20 minutes. So there's more risk of missing them and it turning inconvenient. Damn. It certainly has a Christmassy feel. Alright, let me ask you the important question. What's it like with the women situation in Japan, bro? You ever try flirting with any Japanese women? Are they like super cute? Like, bro, I don't know. I don't think I know a lot of Japanese girls IRL. Like, I know Vietnamese girls. I met a really pretty Vietnamese girl once. I know Filipinas. I know... I feel like Filipina is like the race that I know the most of from Asia. That I've met a lot of. Definitely not a lot of Japanese though. Maybe Chinese women. Not so much Japanese, I don't think. Well, I have it on good authority. You need to know Japanese to have much of a shot. Is that true though? Cause like... I heard that they like foreigners usually. But you have to be foreign and know Japanese? Yesterday, when Maiko took one of its ends in her hands, her face clouded over. It's because you stay up late making things like this that, please don't pour salt on my fresh wound. Dang, Azure is simping sushi. Alright, Azure, I'm gonna take a picture of this and then tell him that you're in love with him. True, that's an urban legend. That's an urban legend? So they actually don't like foreigners? They don't have a extra proclivity, an extra affection or interest in foreigners? That's just a lie to get foreigners to go over there. to increase tourism. I can see a violet tinted sky and some branches through the large bathroom window. I didn't turn on the lights, but it wasn't too much darker in the room than outside. No, I'm not, bro. Oh. Wait, oh, this is the lolly. I thought this was gonna be Takako. Alright, ignore the fact that I simped the lolly for a second there, okay? I didn't realize it was the lolly. It's not my fault. I thought it was Takako. All I saw was hair. Jack, don't hate me. Spotted Kozue watching his small body in front of the mirrors? Bro. No, it's more like you have a harder fight ahead of you. I mean, here's the thing, like, I know they study English in schools in Japan, and I would assume that they probably study English or have a certain level of English that they might use daily in places like Tokyo, which might have a lot of tourists and stuff. So, like, are there a lot of Japanese, like, men and women who are proficient in Japan, like, in certain places? Or is it actually, like, it's very rare? It's very rare to find someone who will agree to speak English. Ooh. Damn. Well, I guess that says it all, man. I guess that says it all. Are you streaming Ender Lilies tomorrow? You don't even have to ask, bro. I am such a goddamn Ender Lilies simp that you can bet your bottom dollar that I'll be streaming Ender Lilies tomorrow. And I'll also probably stream Elden Ring. I know Jack wants to watch me die, so... Jack, you might get to watch me die tomorrow at 2 p.m. EST. I don't know what time that is for you, but it's earlier, 2 hours earlier than today's stream. Language is going to be a big barrier. It's very rare. Some higher class establishments have English speaking staff, or just randomly find some. I don't have any dollars. Bro. If it's in a word contest, I like Click, bro. He funny. You can bet your bottom dollar. I don't have any dollars. I'm broke. If it's in a word contest, most will try to speak English a little to serve you. Emphasis on a little. Context. Otherwise, they pretend they don't know a word. They pretend they don't know a word of English. Alright, so then let me ask my next question. Does this mean that Japan is definitely xenophobic, or is it for another reason? Like, why do you think they're so averse to English? Because usually I think people say only the older generation might be xenophobic. But if you're not encountering a lot of English speaking or an aversity to speaking English, then I don't know, that just strikes me as peculiar. What does that have to do with extravagance? I'm talking about taking your time to soak in the bath on the weekend, then cooling yourself off with a can of chilled beer before dinner. For the average person, that's the pinnacle of extravagance. Like, I feel like if I knew 2 languages, like, really well, I would want to use both of them as much as I can. Like, if I knew Japanese, or if I could refresh my Italian or something, I would want to use it more. I wouldn't be adverse to using it. I have like 10 cents. I don't feel it's very xenophobic. On all my trips, I've seen very little of it. It's more of a face thing. Like pride? You sound like an old man. At least let me be a woman. Whatever. So explain to me this scene, Jack. How come we have a lolly in the bathtub? Kozue poured in our bowl of oil on herself and moved to the tub, bro. Did you decide on what to wear for the party? Were you actually serious about that? To an extent. I doubt the others will care too much about the dress code. Haha, well, not like I mind. Yeah, actually, you know what? Why do we have a lolly in the bathroom? Why doesn't she take a shower at her own house? Now that I think about it. And don't ask for nonsense like that to begin with. Why would it have a lolly in the bathtub? Because she has her own house. This isn't her house. The concept of face is big in Japan. Now, when you say face, do you mean pride? Do you mean like trying to maintain pride and like Japanese tradition and culture? Is that how I should phrase it? I see. I didn't expect for you to actually have a reason. You think I'm just messing around all the time, don't you? Not really. I glanced at the purple sky one more time and stood up. The water is splashing all around me. I'll get out first. Kozue made a brief nod. Or I'll get out first? Did I read that wrong? Bro, I should have studied English like Jack, bro. I don't know what I'm saying, bro. I hurried through the chilly corridor. The mansion had warmed up a little during noon, but the warmth escaped as soon as the sun went down, leaving only this chill. Through the window, I spotted the full moon shining faintly in the sky. I closed the door as soon as I entered the room. Phew, it's so nice and warm in here. Welcome back. My uncle turned to me. I almost froze to death in the corridor. The kerosene stove's flame gently flickered under the kettle placed on it. I see you've already changed. Does it look good on me? You look pretty handsome. It would look better if your collar wasn't crooked, though. Whoops. Mariko pointed at her own neck. I fixed my collar right away. The tea is almost done. Oh, cool. I'll have some. I'll bring your dinner while you drink, said Mariko as she left the room. I was left alone in the room with only a table, 4 chairs, each with a different design, likely stemming from different periods, and a bunch of garlands around me. The first chair was of a deep wine red color with a red cushion and a high backrest. The second was embroidered with green velvet and looked almost like it came straight from England. The third one was a country-style chair made of oak. Finally, the last one looked like it was from the Victorian era, with cat-like legs and a delicately embroidered flower pattern on its fabric. Well, there's a lot of aspects to it, but basically you don't want to do anything to lose face, which would include speaking English poorly. Oh. Really? I mean, personally, I wouldn't mind if they spoke English poorly, because, like, if I were to try to speak Japanese, and I'm like, I'm gonna do that poorly, but I'm not gonna have any shame. I'm just gonna be like, hey, I'm trying my best. And that's all I could do, right? As long as I'm trying, like, I feel like people will respect the effort. I know I would respect the effort. They also avoid things that would make the other party lose face, like pointing out problems. That's interesting. That's so interesting. And you don't often hear Japanese people disagree to something. I'm going to try to sleep. Keyword try. Alright, Click. See you in an hour. Sleep well. Nap well. Is considered... Click is the man, bro. Who does Click remind me of? I feel like Click could be an anime character. Is there an anime character that always sleeps? Like, I'm pretty sure there's like a very popular one. I'm just like blanking right now on who it is. Or what anime it's from. I know, like, in the beginning, like in early One Piece, like Luffy would like randomly just fall asleep sometimes. Like, I don't know if you guys read One Piece or watch One Piece, but I remember one popular moment was he was in Alabasta and he was running to his third fight with Crocodile, and he just randomly fell asleep like in the middle of the freaking road during the freaking war and shit. And there were like 2 other times, maybe 3 other times that he just randomly fell asleep. And that was supposed to be like a quirk of his, but they didn't really utilize that quirk so much later on in the series. I think they even said that Roger would have that same problem where he would just randomly fall asleep, but I can't remember if that's accurate. But these are other characters that just randomly fall asleep though. It's considered that people have a public face and a private face. I mean, I feel like that's kind of just like everybody though, not even just the Japanese, because like for me, you see the way I am here, I think I'm pretty wild and rambunctious, I don't know. And I'm like that in like most real life conversations too, but not if I'm at work, because if I'm at work, like to some extent I could be the way I am here, but to the other extent I gotta have the public face of, you know, not saying curse words and maybe not talking so openly about all of my interests and I don't know, just maintaining professionalism. But it seems like Japan just maintains like professionalism like all the time, I guess. You know what it feels like? It feels like that Umaru-chan anime. Cause like in public, she's like, you know, this like really popular girl. Everyone likes her. She's smart. She's basically like a fucking queen. But then in private, she like annoys the shit out of her brother. She eats a lot of junk food, leaves everything a mess, is always trying to like maybe sleep or something. That's what Japan sounds like basically. It's like an Umaru-chan. The private face isn't likely to come out except when drinking, unless you know the person well. Sushi is so nice. Sushi is nice. A lot of my friends are nice. But I will say this. I've also encountered a lot of nice, not so nice people through some of the nice people that I've met. So, I don't know. Just be wary of that. They would mind. Maybe 30 minutes. Bye. Maybe 30 minutes. Alright. Rest well, click. You definitely see it a lot in anime in an exaggerated way. It's definitely an exaggerated way. I can see that. But it's an interesting concept. On the tray she placed in front of me rested a saucer and cup of black tea. Don't spill it. I'll do my best. So you know Japanese. You actually know Japanese. So I don't know if you're like married or anything, but if you're not married, have you ever attempted to woo a Japanese damsel? Following a brief knock, the door opened. Cause if you have, then I'm curious of what that's like dating in Japan. Even if it's just like a short thing, I don't know. The sky for me is light orange. The sky for me is light orange. That's called dusk. Good evening, welcome. Have a seat here. I stood up and pulled back the chair on the other side of the table. That dress looks really good on you. Really? I wasn't sure what people usually wore to parties, so I was worried I might have overdressed. Don't worry, it looks radical. Huh? Where did you even learn that word? Sanai was wearing a long purple skirt and a pink blouse with open sleeves that highlighted the curves of her body quite nicely. The pink scarf and ribbons also added to the overall allure of the design. I just thought chic clothes will look good on you, but a dress like this is even better. Thank you. Just a bit, increasingly enough to be able to have a sort of discussion almost. Ooh, so you did flirt in Japan? And it kind of had a discussion? That sounds fun. I was telling people during my stream yesterday, I don't think you got to hear, but I have 2 situations at work. One is like, there's a 2nd grade teacher that I kind of like, but she's got like reddish orange hair and like green or blue eyes. But my building is like 3 schools in one, so technically she's part of another school, another team. So I pass by her in the hall sometimes, and you know, we say hi, we smile, but I don't really know a lot about her and don't have many opportunities to talk to her since different schools, different schedules, I guess. And then there's a 4th grade teacher that likes me and has been sort of going for it, let's just say, but I don't know, I just view her as a friend. So now I sat down in her chair, visibly conscious of her open sleeves. Do you want a shawl? Sanai shook her head and held up a couple of the records she brought with her. This is what you asked for. I gave their labels a quick glance. Most of them were classical music. Something calm and soothing would be good right now. I spotted the folk song I'd heard in town yesterday. You even had this. Thanks. I took one of the records out of the case, placed it on the record player that used to be in Sanai's room, and let down the needle. After some brief noise, music started playing. Right then the door opened and in walked Mayuko, holding a big pot. Good evening, Miss Sanai. Good evening. Do you need help? I'm good. Huff. She placed the pot in the middle of the table and let out a breath. What do you think about Sanai's dress, Mayuko? Mayuko looked Sanai over from head to toe. Didn't know you had such a good figure, Sanai. See, I told you it looks good. Thank you. You look different with your hair down, more mature. But really? Sanai looked away as her cheeks flushed, then ran her hand through her hair. Mayuko regarded her with a gentle smile. Hey, look at me for a bit. Sanai turned toward me. Relax, I'm just gonna take your glasses off. So if I were to give this stream an added title, Jack, what would you recommend? Like one of the streams, I named it Beach Episode, Kiss Scene. You know, I try to point out the exciting stuff to get people to click it. But for this one, we had like a shopping date. And we had a lolly bath scene. I don't know if I should put lolly bath scene in the title. I think that might attract some unusual views. Not sure about that. I'm the one who discovered this rare treasure. So maybe I ought to charge a fee. Christmas party? Is that what I should call it? Christmas party and shopping date. It's not like you lose something by letting me have a look. Gone wild, gone wrong? Dang. Do I have to keep reading to get to the gone wrong part? Robbing a spectacled girl of her glasses like tearing off her bra in front of a crowd, you know? Really? So now I quickly put her glasses back on. I've never heard that before. I think I read it in some book. You know what this reminds me of? So, the students at my school, some of the 5th graders said that I'm two-faced. And they said that I'm two-faced because they were upset that, like, on the one hand, I kind of treat them the same way I treat you guys, where I'm friendly and I tell a lot of jokes and I'm very easygoing. But then on the other hand, you know, I have to be a teacher, so I have to be strict. So, you know, it kind of, I guess, ruffles their feathers or throws them for a loop where when I, you know, sometimes I'm like chill with them and I tell jokes. And then all of a sudden I have to be strict with them because, you know, they start getting unfocused or a little bit rowdy. So anyway, they decided to respond to the fact that I have to be, you know, strict as me being two-faced. And then I was like, yeah, I am two-faced. Sometimes I take my glasses off and sometimes I wear them. Kind of like Sanai just now that she had her glasses off. Bro, so that was my response. I think I got them there. I think that was a pretty good rebuttal. Did you know anyway? I still have to bring in another pot. Should I help? No, it's just the one pot. So you two have fun while I'm gone. Micah left the room. Sanai inspected the room's decorations. God, when was the last time I've been to something like this? You didn't celebrate much before? I don't know. I don't even remember the last time we celebrated anything. Did you make those paper decorations, Sageko? It adds to the mood, don't you think? It looked childish. Sanai snickered to herself. This chair is from the library, isn't it? Yes. You're used to sitting in it, aren't you? It's a Christmas party, so I thought it should have a Western feel about it. I got this chair from the lobby, and the other one was in a room that looked like a study. Well, not like it was particularly hard to find Western furniture in a Western-style mansion. What about the table? Maiko and I carried it here from the storeroom. My shoulder still hurts a bit. The table in the dining room would have been closer. It's easier to speak when the table is round, isn't it? A wise person once said, the better the organization, the less obvious are the individual achievements of its members. I see. A pot was steaming on this table that we were discussing right now, so now I stared at it. This is Curry, right? I heard footsteps outside, and soon enough the door opened. Bro, not gonna lie, bro. Kozue cute as fuck in this little dress, dude. I found a cute guest on my way here. Kozue entered the room after Mayuko. She was wearing a light green one-piece dress. Great find, Mayuko. So this is it. This is it, Jack. This is the One Piece. This is what Luffy has been aiming for. He wants Kozue's dress. Not bad. What, the rebuttal? Well, there was another moment where one of the girls is like staring at me instead of doing her work. And I'm like, bro, I've been telling them to do their work for like the past like 5 minutes. So eventually I call her out and I'm like, listen, I know I look like Dwayne Johnson, but you need to stop staring. And everybody in the classroom just started laughing. They're like, damn, bro, Mr. G, you wild. G, what world you do if you didn't have an Azure in your life? What do you mean? I don't have an Azure in my life today, bro. She's over there with Sushi. Bro, it's all about me, Jack, and Click, and I don't know where Mr. went, but it's boys' night tonight, bro. I stood up and pulled back the chair next to me. This is your seat, Kozue. She walked over to the table with small stars. We even had Exodia here, bro. If that's not boys' night, I don't know what is, bro. Exodia is like the personification of boys' night. I'm glad you actually considered my suggestion. About the dresser coming here. The dress, of course. You left it in the charging room, didn't you? I still wasn't sure if you'd wear it. Yeah, it looks great on you. Seems like I picked it out just the right size. Where did you get it? It's a present from Mayuko and me. Nah, she came back for you? Bro, it's been like 2 hours though, bro. Damn. Me and Jack nearly forgot about Azure, bro. Like, who's Azure again? Are you from like Norway or something? Mayuko placed a wooden bowl of potato salad and some plates on the table. After she finished lining them up, she walked over to the empty seat opposite of Kozue and placed her hand on the lid of the pot and sat down. Okay then, I'm opening it. A wisp of white steam escaped from the pot as its lid was removed. However, even after the steam dissipated, the inside of the pot remained white. Bro, I'm trying to find a damn like posture that I'm comfortable with, and it's hard. Is this a stew? So your special curry was actually stew? Everyone's picking on me. I clung to Mayuko's sleeve as she grabbed the ladle and began serving the stew to everyone. Okay, fun fact, guys. I don't think I've ever eaten stew. Have any of you guys eaten stew? And if so, is there like a type that you guys would recommend? Or from a specific ethnicity or culture or something? Like, who makes the best stew? What's the best stew? I'm sorry, the curry was a failure, so we had to make some last minute changes and ended up with a stew. How does curry turn into stew? Kozue asked. Okay, I'm going back to Sushi, who's more nicer. Alright, have fun with Sushi. It does that when you sacrifice your morning cereal for burning the pot. Bean stew is always great in Japan. Can't go wrong with it. Beef stew? Really? Okay. You know what? I don't think the Japanese restaurant where I live has it, but I could check. Cause there are some really good Japanese restaurants where I live. Here, this one's for Kozue. Mayuko handed me Kozue's soup bowl. Wait, what happened? Did I skip some stuff? What kind of meeting is this anyway? Wait, can I have to press B, right? How do I forgot how I expand. It's not A, obviously. And X just makes everything go away, right? Oh, I think oh, there it is. L. Okay, I didn't skip much, actually. 3 girls were about to be sold off into slavery, so Santa prepared the gold Why do people put presents into red socks anyway? 3 girls are about to be sold off into slavery, so Santa prepared the gold to save them. But when he threw it into the chimney, it all ended up in the socks that were hung above the fireplace, apparently. What? Well, would you look at that? We happen to have 3 young ladies here as well. Maiko, Sanai, Kozue. Maybe there's some gold in one of your socks too. That story sounds fishy as hell. Hey, I read it in a book. Maiko finished handing out the stew, so everyone has sat down in her seat. Let's eat it while it's still warm. Damn. Alright, Jack, as someone who's been to Japan, can you confirm the validity of this story in which Santa saved 3 girls from slavery? Is this true? I'm joking, I'm staying here. I'm just saying my goodbyes. Saying your goodbyes to who? How to say bye to sushi just for you? Damn, bro. Are you saying you regret your choices? Shit. I sometimes make creamy kotake stew. It's a Japanese recipe, but I haven't had it in Japan. Okay, let me research that. Let me see what makes it unique. Cause it almost sounds like shiitake, which is the mushrooms. So I don't know if that's also a type of mushroom or if that's something else. How come I'm not finding it? It's called kotake soup? Stew? I'm pretty sure it's a Western story. Kotake. I'm not finding kotake. Creamy kotake stew on Twitter? Kotake literally means fragrant mushroom? It has, I'm getting like some results, but not many. It's kind of odd. I don't know if you're able and willing, but if you are able and willing, could you share that kotake stew recipe in the food channel by any chance? Because I want to try making that then. I like cooking. And it sounds good. If you look in Japanese, you can probably find more. I gotta look that up. Kotake. I place my palms together. Knees weak, palms are sweaty, arms heavy. Mom spaghetti, mom spaghetti. So I did the same a moment later while Kozoi just mumbled something under her breath. Oh, it came out pretty well after all, said Maiko after trying a spoonful. It tastes good, says Sanai. Kozoi blew some air on her spoon to cool the stew down and ate it then. It would have felt more like Christmas if this was curry, though, I said to Kozoi. Kozoi narrowed her eyes. Alright, Jack, I have a request. We got the lolly bath scene. When are we getting the Mayuko bath scene, bro? Why? Stew feels like a winter dish to me, while curry is more fit for summer, in my opinion. Kozoi nodded in response to Mayuko's words. I agree. What about you, Sanai? Sanai looked up in response to having been addressed, still chewing on a carrot. It's a Japanese mushroom name, not really eaten elsewhere. Bro. There's gotta be a way to get the kotakes in other countries. You must be patient for that one. Also, it does happen. If Gio cooked something, he would burn his kitchen, but I cook literally all the time, bro. Posted the recipe? Fuck yeah. You the best, Jack. Ooh, that does look really good. It should translate okay. Yeah, that's fine. I could translate it. That looks really good, dude. Hell yeah. Stews for winter, I suppose. So you're only saying that because you like curry, Takako? I feel like a foreigner all of a sudden. I sliced the soft steamed potato in half with my spoon and put it in my mouth alongside a small portion of stew. Bro. What are these, crayons? After we got rid of all the dishes, the only thing left on the table was a lone pencil holder. It was filled with pencils of various length and age. Mayuko took a red pencil out of it. The empty space this created was then promptly filled up by the other pencils, making the whole thing even more unstable. In Japan, it's one of the most sought-after mushrooms, alongside matsutake. Isn't matsutake the one in Genshin Impact that I literally always need to find if I want to make the freaking fowl meat chicken dish, I think? Or something else. There's like a really good dish you can make that heals like 25% of your health if you have matsutakes. It's actually pretty easy to find here. No one forages them. Wait, you can find them in Finland? I'm not sure it's even possible at this point. I grabbed the purple pencil and swiftly pulled it out. Losing their support, the pencils fell and scattered across the table. Oh, I lost again. Oh, you know what? I got a good question for you. In Finland, do people speak a lot of English in Finland? What's it like out there in terms of English speaking feasibility? You can find matsutake here too, but it's harder. I found one. Oh, damn. Grandfather clock in the lobby struck the hour. Wait, did you find one because of all the like hiking you do? Because I know you had the sort of walking in the woods video where you saw the deer. So is that something that you do often, like hiking, or did you only do it for that video, or what's the situation there? I'm eating Cheetos. Basically everyone knows English. That's really good then. I've been like thinking about, because I want to move. I might want to move at some point. So I've been thinking about places that I could move to. And my friend was like, maybe you could move to like Canada or like one of the Alps countries. I don't know if Finland is around the Alps. I think that's like Switzerland and maybe some other people. I don't know. But I don't know. Finland might be a cool place. I got to at least maybe go on a vacation to Finland. I want to see what it's like. I want to have an experience. Oh, I actually specifically posted a video of the trip I took to search for matsutake. Mushroom foraging is another thing I picked up during COVID. Ooh. So I gotta... Does it say that in the title? That you're searching for matsutake? Or does it not say that? Send me the video. Post it in the Discord. You can post that in the foodie channel too, since you're searching for ingredients. Because I gotta watch that video. I want to watch that. Alps are further south. Okay, that makes sense. But I was talking to my friend, and my friend was like, you should live in a country that doesn't have a history of war. And I was like, oh, that sounds good. I think it was called Popo's Bizarre Adventure. Oh, but I think that's the one that I watched some of. I don't think I got to finish it. But I think that was one of your longer videos. Okay, I gotta rewatch that then. I gotta finish that one. I'm gonna watch it while playing Genshin, cause like I get really bored with Genshin, and it's good to like watch something on the side while I'm just like doing the stupid domains. I returned, now dressed in a red coat, pants, and hat, plus a white beard. Merry Christmas! Kozoi jumped up as I threw the door open. She was the first one to see me. Have all of you been good kids this year, huh? I met Sanai's silent gaze. Ah, if it isn't Miss Sanai. You were very good this year. Here, have this. I pulled out a book from my white bag and handed it to her. It was covered in a wrapping decorated with flower design. You can see the matsutake on video. Oh shit. I gotta watch that. I gotta see a real world matsutake. None of that Genshin mumbo jumbo. Azure, eat something healthy. Forget about the Cheetos. What's a mojito passion fruit? What's a drink? I think it's a drink. Azure, what's sope? S-O-P-E. I was trying to look something up on my phone, but the Mexican menu was still open. I gotta close. Oh, okay, the flautas. Yeah, chicken flautas is on the menu. Alright, let me screenshot that, because that's gonna be important. Why did I open my phone? What was I gonna research just now? Oh no, it's not because I was gonna research something. It's because I keep getting buzzes. So my dad and my friend texted me. My dad said that there's a package coming. And my friend is trying to help me with a legal situation. I play Genshin while I'm in your live streams? Damn, what? I almost got lost in the woods during the trip. Wait, what? Not one of my brightest moments. So you're not familiar with those woods? I thought it was like a... possibly an area where you hiked often or something. How big is that area? I think the biggest, or I don't know. There's one set of woods that I am familiar with where I live. It's about 50 acres. I don't know if that's the biggest that I've been to, though. I've probably been to bigger areas. Yeah, I've definitely been to bigger areas. I just don't know the full size of those bigger areas. Guys, what was a low of your week and a high of your week? Oh... I don't know if I had a low. I don't think anybody really got on my nerves this week. Yeah, I don't think I had a low. One of my highs, or something that I thought was cute and wholesome, was... yesterday morning, instead of sitting with the first graders at the start of the day, like the kids who get there early, I sat with the older kids, right? I sat with the 5th graders, and the 6th grade dude that I told you I was talking about. But even though I was with the older kids, like, instead of going to their table, like, the 1st grade kids, like, started sitting next to me, they're like, oh, Mr. Giu's over here, so this is where we hang out then, right? And I'm like, well, technically you guys are supposed to go to your 1st grade table, but if you're just trying to hang out with me, fuck it, I'll let you. And then there was a 2nd grader that came and hung out with me too. I'm like, wait a minute, well, I don't even know you, and you want to hang out with me too? And then, like, one of the 2nd grader's friends came, so I was gonna get up and leave. I was like, oh, you could sit next to your friend. But then the girl who got there first, the 2nd grade girl that sat next to me, she said she didn't want me to leave. I'm like, oh, damn, well, okay, I thought that was pretty wholesome. So she was talking to me about, like, her plans of spending time with her dad this weekend. Apparently her dad lets her do, like, makeup on him, which is interesting. That's kind of how they do their father-daughter time. So she was excited to spend time with her dad. She was telling me all about it. I forgot what else she told me about. I know she definitely talked about her dad a lot, though. But anyway, it was very wholesome. Everybody wanted to sit next to me. Thinking I can just backtrack whenever, but the woods circled around in a weird way? Oh man, it was in a northern Finland, definitely not a familiar area. Oh, okay. Are you familiar with a game called Tenchu? So Tenchu is a stealth assassin game. I think it was made by From Software, the same people who made Dark Souls. The games were originally on PlayStation 1, which had like the best titles, and then there were some on PlayStation 2. And they had one on Xbox 360, but that one like changed the format a lot. And they had one on PSP, but that one also kind of changed the format quite a bit. But anyway, so Tenchu is a stealth assassin game, and they have something that you can use to keep track of where you're going so you don't get lost, and it's called colored rice. So basically what you needed to have when you went to the woods was some colored rice, so you could like make a trail of where you were going. Don't forget next time, Jack, take your colored rice with you. Oh, I think Sekiro was mentioned to have some influence from it. Yeah, most likely, because it's like the same developers, but extremely different gameplay and stuff. But it's they both have ninjas at least, and both have like stealth components. But yeah, Tenchu is like one of my favorite game series of all times, because I grew up with it. My dad was like the one who obviously recommended it to me. My mom is very angry that my dad recommended it to me, because I was like literally like 5 years old playing Tenchu, chopping off people's heads. So my mom wasn't thrilled with that, but but it was a fun game. I used to challenge myself to find and kill every enemy on every map without getting spotted. The more you got spotted, the lower your rank would be. So I think you could get spotted like maybe 1 or 2 times and still be okay, depending on how many people you kill. And you can still get the Grandmaster role. But if you get spotted too many times, then you'll be like a Master Ninja. That's like the second highest rank, or even a lower rank than that. But yeah, it was just such a fucking fun game, dude. It was so good. I don't know if you have like a PlayStation 1 or a PlayStation 2, but if you could ever get your hands on some Tenchu games, or maybe with an emulator or something, I highly recommend it. Can you blame them? You're cool? Oh, that's so cute. Bro, for real, bro. It was super wholesome. I also saw my 6th grade friend. I waved at her. Oh, it was a cool week. Righto, so it goes. Thank you very much. I turn to Kozue next. Next up on the list would be Kozue. You were a little naughty this year, especially concerning your treatment of Miss Takako. Damn, bro. Kozue's being naughty, dude. Naughty lollies. Yeah, whatever. Just get it over with already. I handed her a red bag with a big ribbon. Be a nice girl next year, okay? Thanks. Aw, she smiled. After we finished playing cards, Mayuko left to make some tea. Upon returning, she placed a cup in front of each of us. She also brought a double dessert plate with chocolate on it, as well as another small plate with some stretched dango covered in soy flour. Those are so nostalgic, Sanai remarked. I made them myself. Alright, how about you, Azure, since you're the one asking. What was your high point and what was your low points? Are those the only Japanese sweets we're getting today? Oh, you know what my low point was? My low point was what I told you guys yesterday, when the pizza guy overcharged me and thought it was funny. That's my low point. I'm still angry about that. I'll happily eat your share if you don't want them. I'm not giving them away. A wisp of steam billowed from the hot tea. Before we knew it, the purple of the sky had shifted into the deep and dark hue of the night. Sanai, who had never been too talkative to begin with, felt completely silent. She was simply swaying back and forth in her chair. I could see the silhouette of a massive tree beyond the window. I think it's about time I turned them on. Yes, please. Sanai's gaze followed Mayuko's back as she left the room. Sanai looked outside. Kozue, are you still awake? I'm not sleeping. Okay. I switched off the lights. Darkness enveloped the room. The faint glow of the stars, its only source of light. Bro, this is a cute picture. First of all, Kozue cute as fuck, okay? Kozue like super goddamn cute. And then Takako like dressed up, acting crazy, also cute. My low of the week was waking up every day as usual. What? And my high of the week was nothing? What? That's literally like the worst possible response in both ways. When I got back my change, they didn't give me 2 kroners. Those fucking assholes, man. You know what? That happened to me like maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks ago. So I went to the bakery, right? Click. And I think I just got one thing. Maybe, no, I got a few things. I got some chocolate mousse cake and I got some jelly donuts, right? And they gave me my change and it was $1 short. And I'm like, bro, are you serious right now? So now I'm angry and and the lady told me how much it was. So she knew the price and still gave me the wrong change. And I'm like, bro. So I'm boycotting the bakery now because I feel sad. Azure, what's up with all this depression talking? If you were asleep forever, you wouldn't get to enjoy Nico GU streams anymore. You wouldn't get to have fun fighting with XYZ anymore. You wouldn't get to talk to Bon anymore. You wouldn't get to enjoy Tres Leches cake anymore. You wouldn't get to enjoy flautas anymore. You wouldn't get to have family time, because I'm sure there are some family members that you love anymore. You wouldn't get to enjoy rhythm games anymore. You wouldn't get to enjoy cuddling with your cat anymore. I don't think you want to stay asleep forever. You'd be missing out on a lot of good things in life. I don't think you want to miss all of that goodness. Yeah, $1 is 10 kroners, but still. Yeah, bro, so your 2 kroners is like 20 cents. Which is what happened to me yesterday at the pizzeria. The guy overcharged me 5 kroners. And I'm like, you motherfucker, you know damn well that this does not cost 60 kroners. It costs 55 kroners, you motherfucker. and his boss told him. His boss was like, hey, yo, that ain't the price. I heard the boss whisper. And this motherfucker smiling like, we could get an extra 5 kroners off this guy. He's probably a YouTuber or something. And they just straight up robbed me. They robbed me 5 kroners. And I'm angry about it. Angry about this shit, Click. I want my kroners back. We both do. We both want our fucking kroners back, Click. God damn it. I hit a new rank record in StarCraft 2. Guess that can be the high of the week. Ooh, that sounds pretty good. How often do you play StarCraft 2? Is that like a game that like people play daily? Kind of like gacha games people play daily? Or is it something that you only have time for on the weekend or what? The sauna just now was pretty great too though. I think the sauna should be your high point. I think I would pick the sauna. But you'll listen to the song, right, GU? I'm gonna listen to the song. Relax, bro. Relax. Is that Christmas tree, I asked? The camphor tree has lights on it. I heard the door open behind us, and Maiko entered the room. How does it look? It's beautiful. Though maybe we should have brought more lights. That looks plenty to me. The blinking lights of the camphor tree illuminate all of us, cozily by the window. Sanai in her chair, as well as Maiko and myself chatting by the door. Alright. Alright, Jack. I'm gonna give you, as the game publisher, my feedback on this game as of right now. Currently, I don't know which story I like better, Sachiko or Takako, because I have to choose between Kozue being awesome in the Takako story and the hotel manager girl being awesome in the Sachiko story. So I'm stuck between indecisiveness. They said the price too. I gave them 10 extra, but they gave me 8 back. Damn. Why didn't you speak up for yourself? The same way I didn't speak up for myself. Well, I didn't speak up for myself because I was like, I already knew. I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna fucking boycott. That's what happens, bro. You could either give me my 5 kroners or I'm gonna boycott. So I'm gonna boycott, bro. No more pizza for me, guys. No more pizza for me. My pizza days are over, guys. Unless I go to a different pizza place. After you listen to it, rate it. Almost daily recently. It's pretty addictive. Dang. Nanai, hard choices. That's her name. Yes, Nanai. Wait, what? Nanai? That sounds like the girl from this one, Sanai. After admiring the bright lights of the tree, we returned to our seats and spent the rest of the time talking over cups of tea. As the clock struck the hour again, Maiko suggested calling it a night and sent Sanai back to her room. See, Sanai, Nanai, they're the same person. Sanai wanted to stay and help with the cleaning, but Maiko wouldn't hear it. Meanwhile, Kozue had fallen completely silent by 9:30. Her eyes looked even more drowsy than usual. When Maiko told us to wrap things up, she suddenly stood up and left the room just like that. With no one left to talk to, I had no choice but to help Maiko clean up. Bro, you know what I need? I need seabed merch, bro. Where's my seabed merch, Jack? It's like the other day when I was trying to find Ender Lily's merch. And the freaking art book was like $300, and I'm like, fuck that. I need merch, though. I was at the airport and the flight was boarding. Wait, what? You're at an airport? When? Right now? Today? It's a very similar name, and I've totally never mixed them up. Me neither. Is this all? I asked Maiko as I placed the glasses into the sink. Yes. Feel free to return to your room and have some rest. What about you? I'll go back to my room as soon as I finish washing these glasses. Maiko turned the handle of the water tap and began polishing one of the glasses as the sink gradually filled up. I'll return to the night duty room then. What? Are you planning to sleep there again? I worked so hard today I have no energy left to climb the stairs. Maiko turned the water tap handle in the opposite direction once the sink had completely filled up. Why does Maiko look scared about Takako sleeping in the night duty room? Is that where people disappear? I suppose it cannot be helped then. Yep, anyway, I'm off. Or is that where Maiko sleeps? See you. After getting permission to sleep in the night duty room, I left the kitchen. I'm so confused. Why does she look so rattled by that? I doubt I'll be late, but feel free to go to sleep before me, said Maiko as I left. I gave her my reply and continued outside. Didn't you already get the seabed merch? Are you asking me if I bought the collector's edition? Because I only bought the regular edition. I didn't even know there was a collector's edition. I think there is, though. No, when I got robbed for 2 kroners, it's Maiko's room, not Takako's, lol. Oh, dang. That's what I meant. I'm so dumb. But at the next stop, they gave the wrong again, but this time 10 extra. Yeah, well, it counts. Bro, does it count, though? I could have gotten the collector's edition if I knew. That's what happened to me with Little Witch No Beta. I don't know if you heard of Little Witch No Beta, Jack, but that was something else I was streaming, right? So at first, I got the regular edition, not knowing there was a collector's edition, and then I'm like, damn, bro, I'm simping the fuck out of this game. So I had to go and buy the collector's edition, even though I already had the standard edition. So now I have 2 copies of the game, one on PS4 and one on the Switch. Because I was like, damn, I need this art book. So I don't know if you saw, but I posted a video of me unboxing the collector's edition of Little Witch No Beta. And it has me showing all the pages in the art book too. And simping all the art. It's a good video. You should watch it. After that, I sat down in front of the table and rested my head in my arms. The collector's edition I saw in Japan was really weird. For what? For Little Witch No Beta? The whole box just had some VTuber promo stuff. Yeah! On the cover of Little Witch No Beta, there's a VTuber character. Because apparently some HoloLive VTubers were voice actresses for the game. So when you open the collector's edition, there's not actually any VTuber merch or art or anything. It's only on the cover because of the fact that they were voice actors. So it's a little bit strange, but it kind of makes sense, and they don't really give you too much more HoloLive crap. They really stick to just giving you the game merch that you desire. I don't know if you've played it or if it's of interest to you. But if it's something that's on your mind, I highly recommend giving it a shot, because that was a really fun game. I went for the platinum trophy because I played the game like freaking maybe 3 times. It's like a 10-hour game. I spent like more than 40 hours playing that game, trying to do everything that I possibly could. I was addicted. I'm addicted. I let all the energy leave my body like air escaping in an inflatable boat. I must have been even more tired than I thought. Haven't played, seen some though. I closed my eyes, bro. You gotta play it, dude. You have to play it. It's so good. I remained still for a while, my mind empty of thoughts. Soon enough, I realized I lost track of time. My body felt heavy as lead. Nonetheless, I mustered all the strength I could and slowly pushed myself away from the table. I rose to my feet and staggered awkwardly toward the cupboard like some robot from an old movie. I opened this glass door and took out my notebook. Finally, I sat back down on the futon. The only thing on the notebook's letter cover was the name of its manufacturer. Michael said it was sent to me in an anonymous letter. However, that still meant someone had sent it. I opened it and took out my bookmark. I read it little by little whenever I had time, and by now the stack of pages on the right had grown thicker than the pages on the left. What I read so far was basically a diary about my childhood. November 7, 1981. Bro. Takako is an Obasan. Today we visited an aquarium as part of a field trip. We boarded the bus at the entrance of the school, drove down the streets, and after a dozen or so minutes spent on the highway next to the sea, reached the official border of the town. Since there were no other aquariums close by, most of the other kids had already been to it with their families. Nonetheless, Takako happily discussed all the fish she loved with everyone she could. I love aquariums, especially electric eels. They have eels here? They're in the hall after the corridor with the marinated oarfish. Where's the other people? Please. Wait, what other people? You mean Azure and XYZ and Saru and Mr.? They're in the hall after the corridor with the marinated oarfish. That thing was amazing too. It was long enough to reach the ceiling of our gym. Was it that big? The noisy chatter of the students filled the bus. I glanced out the window to see the sea beyond the breakwater along the highway. The water sparkled as it reflected the rising sun. The teacher told everyone to keep it down, and the noise disappeared for a few moments, only to start up again a bit later. To enter the aquarium, we had to pass through the spinning tetrapod-looking thing one by one. It grew dimmer inside as I walked down the corridor, and the amount of water tanks on each side increased too. Below, there were bright panels with names of fish and brief descriptions of their habitats. It says 4 watchers. I'm pretty sure Azure is lurking now. And I don't know who else might be lurking. Maybe Mr. is still lurking. Maybe Saru is lurking. Somebody's lurking. Spent some time staring at the beautiful corals inside, but couldn't find a single fish. Looking at the panel, I saw an introduction on a translucent shrimp. I looked at the tank again and spotted something akin to a permeable tentacle behind the red corals. How do you guys feel about tentacles? Bro. Anime man's girlfriend, Aki Dearest, apparently loves the tentacles tag. I'm not a fan of the tentacles tag. quit reading for a moment and rubbed my eyes. I felt pain behind my eyes, just like the first time I read the diary. But it was no longer as intense as before. As the pain passed, I returned my eyes to the notebook. I felt the memories of the aquarium come alive in my mind. We were playing Shiritori in the back of the bus with Sachiko. I feel like I've heard of this game before. Shiritori. I want to screenshot this. I want to look this up again. 'Cause there's a game in Japan that, like, I've only heard of maybe 2 or 3 times. It was in, like, one anime, and then I think somebody I know IRL mentioned it. Shiritori. One person starts with a word, the next person takes the last letter from that word and uses it to start the next word. Oh. Okay, so that's not what I was thinking of then. That's just a pretty common game, honestly. Alright, fair enough. I'm talking to one of my friends right now. It's a word game where you say a word and another person says a word that begins with the same syllable that word ended on. And there's some word you lose if you say it. Oh. When are you going to be ending the stream? I mean, ideally, I want to finish chapter 3 and then we could end the stream after I read the tips. I'm pretty sure we'll get more tips. But I also have to start anime night in like an hour and a half. So we'll see what happens first. After we got to the actual aquarium, I spent most of my time looking at fish I liked with Sachiko. The diary was written from Sachiko's perspective though. I gave the script a hard look. It seemed somewhat rushed. The letters weren't perfectly lined and were of uneven sizes. Their shape, however, was perfect, almost like they were printed. What I found disconcerting was that this obviously wasn't Sachiko's handwriting. It bore some level of similarity, but Sachiko's handwriting reflected her calm and practical personality. I'd never seen her misalign her letters like this. Meanwhile, the letters here felt dynamic, energetic. Placing a finger on the current page, I flipped to the very end of the notebook. Its final pages were empty, without any information that would hint at who wrote it or why. And there was one more thing that bothered me. The dates in this diary were all over the place. I flipped through a couple of pages to check the dates. Subsequent entries would occasionally be years apart, others even moved to the past. It felt completely random. The most likely explanation was that someone had Sachiko tell stories and wrote them down. But that didn't explain why the book was sent to me and anonymously to boot. So what this sounds like to me, and I could be wrong, is Sachiko was telling stories, maybe to Narasaki, and then maybe Narasaki figured out where Takako was and sent her the journal? Could be wrong, but I don't know. I stretched my neck and arms to avoid cramping up in this position. Blind guesses wouldn't get me any closer to the answer. I decided to continue reading. Let's go see the electric eels. Takako pulled me by the sleeve. After following the tunnel for a while, we ended up in a wide space with no roof. In the center, there was a big curved pool that currently seemed to be in use for the sea lion and penguin show. Most of the students stopped there to look at the sea lion playing with a ball, but Takako said we could always check that out later. We continued to another corridor where cheerful music played in the background. It grew dark again and I felt cold. The amount of water tanks also seemed to have decreased in number. Takako led the way with confident steps. As the road curved around and the corridor grew even narrower, I spotted the marinated oarfish in a huge rectangular tank. It's huge, isn't it? It feels almost like it grew bigger since last time. Yeah, right? The washed out giant had cavities for eyes and looked quite creepy with its sharp teeth peeking from its half-open mouth. This thing could make a small child cry. I visited this place when I was small and never found it scary. Is that so? It's interesting how Narasaki is like not in a lot of these memories. Like you just see like Sachiko and Takako, but then Narasaki feels like she's very essential to I guess, tying them together again in, like, upcoming chapters, possibly. Like, she was that friend that was, like, not always there, but was still part of the gang, and now she's gonna be the freaking MVP. We passed through the large door at the end of the corridor and found ourselves in a spacious cylinder-shaped hall. It seemed about 20 meters in diameter and had a stairwell of seats in the middle that looked like a pyramid. Aquariums loomed embedded in the walls of the room at a uniform distance from each other. Circling around the seats, animals inside looked down on the audience with indifferent eyes. The walls themselves were covered in black paint, making them almost impossible to make out in the dim lighting. Only the insides of the aquariums glowed, illuminated by a faint light. Takako, mumbling something about the usual place, headed straight ahead and took a seat at the center of the pyramid. The electric eel tank stood right in front of us. Beep. The show in this hall is scheduled to begin at 10:30. After looking around a bit, I spotted a red digital clock above one of the tanks. Beep. The speakers turned on again. It's time to begin the show. Please direct your attention to the aquarium with the lights. It was the one with an octopus. A translucent bottle seemed to fall inside it from the top. It came with a cap you had to turn in order to release the feed inside. The octopus caught the bottle in one of its tentacles, placed its sucker on the cap, and slowly opened the thing to access its meal. Most people don't realize just how intelligent octopuses are, or so the voice from the speakers claimed. A moment later, the lights of the neighboring tank lit up. Next, please reserve this parrotfish. A couple of colorful rings were lowered into the tank. The fish swam through all of them, and after getting some feed, circled around and passed through the rings again. It swam at normal speed while circling around, but got really fast when it passed through the rings. Then the lights on the neighboring aquarium lit up. There was a flat, triangle-shaped archerfish in it. We will now see how archerfish make use of the water to catch their prey. The water in the archerfish tank receded a bit. An employee then came out and placed something on a branch above the water. The archerfish swiftly swam to the surface near the branch, squirted out some water to knock the feed down, then promptly devoured it. An archerfish can squirt water up to 3 meters in height. However, they are also able to jump out of the water, increasing that height even further. The next one was the tank of electric eels. I stole a glance at Takako to see her staring at the tank with a serious expression and her mouth agape. You predicted the tentacles? Bro, they mentioned tentacles. The length of the electric eels varied from 1 to 1.5 meters. You can see them swimming around in the tank with their huge curtain-like fins. When another little fish was put inside the tank, a volley of zapping sounds burst forth from the speakers. The sound you're currently hearing is an auditory representation of the voltage in the tank. There was a screen above the tank that represented the current voltage inside the kit. You know what? Let me ask you. Let me get your professional opinion, Jack. Also, I see we got another like. Don't know from who, but arigato gozaimasu. Let me ask you, Jack, who's your favorite character? Who are your top 3 favorite characters, if you can, for this game? In order. Because just picking one might be hard. I know if you told me to pick one, I'd be struggling, bro. As our train departed, Takako gazed at the receding aquarium through the window with wistful eyes. The electric eels were so cool. We ended up missing the dolphin show though. Electric eels, sea otters, and axolotls are the best things the aquarium has anyway. Takako displayed a particular interest in axolotls, so we had to go to the exit where its cage was located a bit early. That's such a hard one. They're all too good. That's why I gave you 3, bro. That's why I gave you 3 choices. Observing the barely mobile pink amphibian. I wonder why they aren't selling axolotl plushies. Takako remarked as she gazed at the picture of the axolotl she bought as part of a set in the souvenir store. It had otter plushies. There's a plushie of a mother otter with its cubs attached to its feet, as if it was embracing them. You could also detach the little ones and play with them separately. I already have that one. Oh, was it really okay not to buy any souvenirs? Takako looked at me. Nagasaki, Takako, Kozue maybe, but it's still hard. Is Narasaki your number 1? Is it because she's a hero and because she's SMORT, smart? We almost have the same top 3, except For me, it might be Nanai right now. It's like, and like Narasaki's like a close follow-up. And Narasaki might take Nanai's spot, but I need to see more of what Narasaki's gonna do first. But Takako and Kozue are like locked in. They're definitely top 3. Takako took out the axolotl picture from the batch and held up the rest in front of me. You can have one if you want. I don't. Look, there's even one of the oarfish. I saw an unnaturally long fish resembling a cutlass fish. I like a cutlass fish though. This one had big red fins. It was the exact same oarfish we saw marinating in the formaldehyde tank earlier. Actually, the same picture was attached to the tank next to the description. If I remember correctly, the description claimed that the oarfish was caught 8 years ago in the net of a local fisherman. It was sent to the aquarium right away and remained alive for a little while before ultimately passing away. And the picture was swimming in the tank. It had no eyes when I saw it earlier today, but in the picture was looking in some weird direction. I felt like it was looking at me. Didn't understand why a deep sea fish would swim close enough to the surface to get caught in a net though. I wondered what thoughts circled through its mind while being locked up in that tank. Did it regret coming up to the surface? I wonder why a deep sea fish like this was swimming so close to the surface. Maybe got bored with the darkness and came to see the corals. But the corridor I ended up in was pretty dark too, Takako added. If only the door had been open, it could have watched the electric eel show. Then it would never have been bored, said Takako with a smile. Do you have tips for a sore throat that does not require me to stand up? Nope. My top tips for a sore throat would be obviously like tea with honey. I think maybe tea with ginger. Cough drop, cough medicine. Maybe something minty. I think my parents say to like gargle with like Listerine or salt. Gargling. Yeah. That's all you could do, man. All those things. Are you sick? Click. What's going on? Turn around and see Mayuko taking off her slippers by the door. I'm home. I'll come back. Mayuko passed by me, glancing at the notebook in my hand, but it didn't seem like she was particularly concerned about it. She grabbed the cup from the small cupboard in the kitchen and filled it up with water. Oh, I'd like some water too, I said as I placed the notebook back on the shelf. Mayuko washed the cup she had just drunk from, filled it with water again and handed it to me. I took it. Maybe the temperature outside was to blame, but the water felt so cold I could have sworn I had just swallowed a chunk of pure ice. Mayuko sat down in front of me and let out a breath. Do you like aquariums, Mayuko? I used to visit them a lot when I was little. Why? Same here. I kind of remembered my trip to one just earlier. Do you have any fish you're especially fond of? I like clownfish. I'd say I'm pretty fond of colorful southern fish. And the corals in the aquariums always look so pretty. My liver hurts? How is that even a thing that you would identify? How do you even know where your liver is? I have no clue where my liver is. Okay, I'm tired, so I don't want to stand, and I don't think so. Click. You a funny guy, man. Too tired to stand. You don't think you're sick? Were you talking a lot today? How do you end up with a sore throat? Mayuko made a fish shape out of her hands as she described it. It's orange and has a frame shaped like this. It also has 3 white vertical lines going through its body. Oh, and it tends to hide among anemone. Especially cute to see if it carefully peeks its face from them. That sounds like anemone fish. Anemone fish? I don't know that one. I'm pretty sure the sign said clownfish though. It sounded kind of cute, so I remember it pretty well. It sure sounded like you were describing anemone fish. What kind of fish do you like, Takako? Electric eels. Electric eels? The ones letting out that zapping noise, right? The aquarium creates some sounds to make it easier to understand what's happening. So I guess the aquarium you visited had them too, huh? Yeah. I even got a little startled when that sound just came out of nowhere as I passed by the area. But not gonna lie though, Mayuko might be like probably one of the top ones for hotness, but she's still not top 3 though. Well, they told me where my liver is located at. Why would your liver hurt? Isn't it the thing that like filters alcohol and stuff? Are you drinking when you shouldn't be? Like what the hell? Yeah, I even got a little startled when that sound just came out of nowhere as I passed by the area. Are there any other fish you like? They're not fish, but I was always looking forward to seeing otters and axolotls. Me too. Axolotls got wildly popular among everyone because of that television commercial. That sure brings back memories. I'm glad you like them too. Seeing them slowly move around is totally relaxing, and the dumb face they make as they open their mouths is cute. Maiko smiled. I'm relieved to hear you like cute things too. I was worried you'd say killer whales or sharks after those electric eels. I decided not to mention oarfish. I like cute things as much as the next person. It's just that I have more curiosity than most. You certainly do, Maiko agreed with a nod. By the way, axolotls are related to salamanders, right? I wonder if they grow big and change colors once they come of age. Axolotls retain their juvenile features as they grow. It's called neoteny, I think, but I heard they can change depending on the environment. They lose their gills and adapt to lung breathing, and end up looking kind of like lizards, or at least that's what was written in the description. Because I'm stupid and didn't use a good enough jacket, and it's cold here, -8. Damn. Click, you gotta take better care of yourself, bro. I usually have like 2 jackets maybe, like a sweater and then a jacket. I'll have like a little hat and like a hood. I wanted to have gloves today, but I couldn't find my gloves. You gotta warm up, bro. Stay just warm. This happened to me 3 years ago, and they said if my liver got worse or blah blah, I'm gonna have to get surgery, but this is just a little pain, I think, I don't know. And no, I don't drink. Good, don't drink. I don't know what's gonna happen with your liver. I hope you feel better later tonight, and that you're able to sleep well. I read it countless times. I've read it countless times. You sound like you really like aquariums. How about we all go to one sometime later? Are there any around here? Not anywhere close, but I heard a new one open near Osaka. It's pretty big too. That sounds great. When are we going? Let's see. Maiko fell in thought for a few moments and looked straight at me. We can think about that once we finish cleaning up after Christmas. Bro, they're planning a date, dude. Takako cheating on Sachiko, bro. Maiko laid down the futons as we finished talking about the aquarium. She asked me where I wanted to sleep, and I said here. I climbed into the futon and closed my eyes. I like how they're playing the Yuri music. I felt tired and wanted to fall asleep as soon as possible. As I emptied my head, the corridor with the oarfish popped into my mind. I was walking through it, holding hands with Sachiko. When I realized it couldn't have been real, I woke up. I glanced at the clock, and with the help of the moonlight, made out the display. Only 10 minutes had passed since I went to bed. My hand, however, was still pretending to hold Sachiko's. It made me wonder if it was a dream or a delusion. In the end, I figured there wasn't much of a difference between the two. More importantly, I suddenly felt cold, and it only got worse as I kept reading more of the diary. The more I remembered my time with Sachiko, the more I felt the void where her presence used to be. I truly felt like a hole had opened in me. If I listened in, I could hear the sound of the wind blowing through it. That hole had been there all along. I remembered someone telling me that. I glanced at Maiko and saw her sleeping on her back, completely undisturbed. Her profile looked beautiful in the moonlight. She reminded me of Sachiko a little. Wanting to take a closer look, I climbed out of my futon and drew closer to her. Their eyes were about the only thing in differentiating them. Sachiko always looked like she was sleepy, which made the shape of her eyes appear somewhat narrower than Mayuko's. Still, I wonder how they'd compare when they both fully opened their eyes. I felt like they might look the same. Is something wrong? Mayuko addressed me with her closed eyes. I like how Mayuko is like literally like Sachiko according to Takako, and then like Takako says that Nanai is like, no, I mean Sachiko says that Nanai is like Takako. Like they're literally hanging out with people who are like their lover, their former lover. I don't easily get cold. Wish I could say that about being sick too. I literally want to move, but it hurts so much. Wait, so you get sick easily? Click. Can't sleep because of the cold. Can I get in? Maiko half opened one of her eyes, then closed it again. She told me it was okay. Grabbing my pillow, I slid into her futon. Maiko turned her back to me. I hesitated for a second and wrapped my arms around her. When I stuck my hand below her, Maiko raised her body a little. I could hear the beating of my heart as I pressed my breast against her back. Aiko was either very light or slept in a good position because my hand didn't hurt at all despite being pinned under her weight. Has this happened to you before, Azure? Do you have any like medicines or healing pain reduction mechanisms? You get sick easily, Click? Is there a reason for that? Maybe you gotta change your diet a little bit. Get more fruit and vegetables. I don't know. I eat a lot of fruit. And I eat some vegetables. I need to eat more vegetables, but I eat a lot of fruit. So usually my immune system is pretty cracked. I connected our two pillows into one, then made my head comfortable in the middle and closed my eyes. During my light fidgeting, my hand brushed against Mayuko's bra. A mischievous idea popped into my mind, but I hurriedly discarded it. I was already causing her enough trouble with my weird condition, so I didn't want to make the whole situation even more awkward. As I fell asleep, I dreamt of having sex with Mayuko. I squeezed her breast with one hand while sticking my other between her thighs. Oh man, is this like what I need the 18+ patch for this scene right here? I toyed with her nipples, listening to her moan. Jesus Christ, gonna get banned right now. When I got her hand into my crotch, she slowly started massaging it. Elated, I turned her over and began vigorously going at her from the front. Oh god, damn. Damn. Maiko hit her face with her hands, trying to avoid eye contact. Her face kept turning into Sachiko's from time to time. I still felt everything when I woke up in the morning. Before I opened my eyes, I checked my clothes with my left hand. I heaved a sigh of relief. My head hurt a bit. It must have been from the anxiety and my low blood pressure. You know what? I don't think it was just a dream. I think that they actually might have fooled around a bit. You have to make the patch yourself? I thought there was 18+ version of this game, no? Alright, we're on chapter 4, Connected. We ended on a high note. I mean, the whole chapter is actually really fucking good because we had the outside date and all the other cute shit. And we got cute lolly Takako pretending to be a nurse again. Damn. I kind of want to read this. I want to enjoy this, but I gotta do some stuff, a few chores, and then we have anime night in an hour. So I need to be good and tackle my other tasks of the day. So I guess we're gonna save here. We'll end here. And next Saturday, same time, we'll continue with cute lolly Takako and Sachiko. And continue on our wonderful adventure here. Nope, there's no 18+ patch. Shit. Alright, time for me to become a game developer. I found my calling. Alright guys, we're out of here. If anybody wants to join us for anime night and you do not have the anime night role, you could let me know right now, or you could ping me in the Discord, like directly ping me and be like, hey, we want the anime night role. We're watching season 2 of To Your Eternity in an hour. Usually Mallet, a friend of mine from Europe, joins me. And usually Azure has been joining us. So yeah, that's what we'll be doing. And then tomorrow we'll stream some Elden Ring here a little bit earlier than today's stream, and at the same time that today's stream started, we'll try to get to some Ender Lilies, because we got to continue that, and I'm having a blast with that. But yeah guys, thanks for being here. It's been an immense pleasure talking to you all as usual. Jack, I very much enjoy learning more about Finland and your game publishing company today. Looking forward to talking to you again next weekend, bud. Or if you stop in tomorrow as well. Azure, hope you sleep bad if you're here. Click says, damn. Click is sending his insomnia curse upon you. He's doing his Norwegian chants as we speak. And he hopes that you lose 20 kroner. Or 2 kroner, my bad, 2 kroner. Alright, guys. Have a nice night. Eat well, sleep well. Take care of yourselves. Click. Take some cough medicine. I'll see you next time, guys.